Welcome to Ubermensch Audiobooks. We upload a new audiobook in full length every Saturday. Subscribe to our channel to never miss a new video. Click the bell to get notified whenever we upload. If you like the topic of this video, let us know by giving it a thumbs up, or if you don't like it, tell us what topics we should cover in the comments section.
Chapter 1 of Book 5 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Everything, however, which is changed partly from accident, as when we say that what is musical walks, because that walks to which the being musical is an accident, and partly because something belonging to this is changed. It is simply said to be changed, as, for instance, such things as are said to be changed according to parts. For the body is healed because the eye or the breast is healed, and these are parts of the whole body. But there is something which is neither moved according to accident, nor because something else of it is moved, but because it is itself first moved, and this is that which is moved by itself. According to a different motion, however, there is a different subject, as, for instance, that which is changed according to quality, and the subject of change according to quality, which may be healed or heated, is different. The like also takes place in that which moves. For one thing moves according to accident, but another according to a part, because some one of its parts move, and another by itself primarily, as, for instance, the physician heals, and the hand strikes. But since there is something which first moves, and there is also something which is moved, and, farther still, time in which it is moved, and besides these, that from which, and that into which it is moved, for all motion is from something and into something, since that is different which is first moved, and into which and from which it is moved, as, for instance, wood, the hot and the cold. But of these, one is that which, another into which, and another from which. Since this is the case, it is evident that motion is in the wood, and not in the form, for neither form, nor place, nor any definite quantity either moves or is moved. But there is that which moves, and that which is moved, and that into which it is moved. For mutation is more denominated from that into which than from that from which it is moved. And on this account corruption is a mutation into non-being, though also that which is corrupted is changed from being, and generation is a mutation into being, though it should be from non-being. What motion therefore is, has been shown before. But forms, passive qualities, and the place into which things that are moved, are things immovable, such, for instance, as science and heat. Some one, however, may doubt whether passive qualities are motions, and whiteness a passive quality, for in this case there will be a mutation into motion. But perhaps not whiteness is motion, but the becoming white. In those also there is a subsistence according to accident, according to a part, according to another, and primarily, and not according to another. Thus, that which is whitened is changed into that which is intellectually apprehended according to accident. For it happens to colour to be intellectually perceived, but it is changed into colour because the white is a part of colour. It is also changed in Europe because Athens is a part of Europe, but it is changed into a white colour essentially. Hence it is manifest how a thing is moved essentially, how according to accident, and how according to something else; likewise how the same thing is first, as well in that which moves as in that which is moved, and also that motion is not in form, but in that which is moved and is movable in energy. The mutation, therefore, which subsists according to accident we shall omit, for it is in all things, and always, and of all things. But that which is not according to accident is not in all things, but in contraries, in things which have an intermediate subsistence, and in contradiction, the truth of which is confirmed by induction. But from that which has an intermediate subsistence a thing is changed, as from a contrary, for it uses it as that which is contrary to each extreme. For that which has an intermediate subsistence is in a certain respect the extremes. Hence this compared to those, and those to this, are said to be, in a certain respect, contraries. Thus the middle chord compared to the nete is flat, and is sharp compared to the hypate. Thus also the dark brown compared to the black is white, and compared to the white is black. Chapter 2. Since, however, all mutation is from something into something, but this is evident from the name, for it denotes something after another, and the one signifies prior, but the other posterior. Hence that which is changed may be changed in a fourfold respect, for it may be changed either from a subject into a subject, or from a non-subject into a non-subject, or from a non-subject into a subject, or from a subject into a non-subject. But I call the subject that which is rendered manifest by affirmation. Hence it is necessary, from what has been said, that there should be three mutations: that which is from a subject into a subject, that which is from a subject into a non-subject, and that which is from a non-subject into a subject. For that which is from a non-subject into a non-subject is not mutation, because it is not according to opposition, since they are neither contraries, nor is there contradiction. The mutation, therefore, which is from a non-subject into a subject according to contradiction is generation. The simple, indeed, that which simply is, but a certain mutation, that which is of a certain thing. Thus the mutation which is from non-white into white is the generation of white. But the mutation from non-being simply into essence is generation simply, according to which we say a thing is simply generated, and is not generated some particular thing. But the mutation from a subject into a non-subject is corruption, simply indeed the mutation from essence into non-being, but a certain mutation, that which is into the opposite negation, as was also said in generation. If, therefore, non-being is predicated multifariously, and neither that which is according to composition or division can be moved, nor that which is according to capacity, which is opposed to being simply considered according to energy (for that which is not white or not good may at the same time be moved according to accident, since that which is not white may be man, but that which is simply not this particular thing can by no means be moved, since it is impossible for that which is not to be moved). If this be the case, it is also impossible for generation to be motion, because that is generated which is not. For though it should be especially generated according to accident, yet at the same time of that which is simply in generation, or becoming to be, it is true to say that it is non-being. In a similar manner also with respect to being at rest. But all these absurdities happen from admitting that non-being is moved. And if everything which is moved is in place, but non-being is not in place, for it would be somewhere, hence neither is corruption motion, for either motion or rest is contrary to motion, but corruption is contrary to generation. Since, however, all motion is a certain mutation, and there are three mutations which we have enumerated, but of these the mutations according to generation and corruption are not motions, and these are those which subsist according to contradiction, This being the case, it is necessary that the mutation which is from a subject into a subject should alone be motion. But the subjects are either contraries, or have an intermediate subsistence. For privation is supposed to be a contrary, and it is manifested by affirmation, as the naked, the white, and the black. Chapter 3. If, therefore, the categories are divided by essence or substance, quality, the where, relation, and quantity, action and passion, it is necessary that there should be three motions, that which is of quantity, that which is of quality, and that which is according to place. But there is not motion according to essence, because nothing among beings is contrary to essence. Neither is there motion in relation, because it is possible that one of the relatives being changed, the other may be truly predicated, though in no respect changed, so that the motion of these is according to accident. Neither, therefore, is motion of agent and patient, nor of anything moved and moving, because there is not motion of motion, nor generation of generation, nor, in short, mutation of mutation. For, in the first place, there may be a motion of motion in a twofold respect, either as of a subject, as, for instance, a man is moved because he is changed from white into black. Is motion, therefore, thus heated or refrigerated, or does it change its place, or is it increased or diminished? But this is impossible, because mutation is not any subject. Or there may be a motion of motion, because some other subject is changed from the mutation into another form, as, for instance, a man from disease into health. But neither is this possible except according to accident, for this motion is a mutation from one form into another. And in a similar manner, generation and corruption, except that these mutations are thus into opposites. But this is not the case with motion. At the same time, therefore, he is changed from health into disease, and from this very mutation into another. It is manifest, however, that when he is diseased, he will now have been changed into a certain disease, for he may rest or remain in that disease. Besides, he who is moved to disease is not always moved to any casual motion, and that from some one to some other, so that the motion will be opposite, viz., the becoming well, but this because it so happened, just as if from reminiscence he should be changed into oblivion, because that in which these are inherent is changed, at one time into science, and at another into health. Farther still, there would be a progression to infinity, if there should be a mutation of mutation, and generation of generation. It is necessary, therefore, that the former should be, if the latter will be. Thus, if simple generation should at any time be generated, that also which is generated will be generated. Hence, that which was simply generated was not yet, but there was something which was generated, and which is now generated, and this again was once generated. Hence, that which was then generated was not yet. Since, however, there is not anything first in infinites, there will not be that which was first generated, so that neither will that be which is consequent to this. Neither, therefore, is it possible for anything to be generated, or moved, or changed. Again, contrary motion is of the same thing, and likewise rest, generation, and corruption. Hence, that which is generated is then corrupted when it becomes that which is generated. For neither immediately when it is generated is it then corrupted, nor afterwards, since it is necessary that what is corrupted should have a subsistence. Farther still, it is necessary that matter should subsist under that which is in generation or becoming to be, and under that which is changing. What then will it be? As that which is changed in quality is either body or soul, so that which is becoming to be is either motion or generation. And again, what is that into which it is moved? For it is necessary that there should be motion and generation of this, from this into this. At the same time, however, how will it be? For the generation of discipline will not be discipline, so that neither will there be generation of generation, nor a certain generation of a certain generation. Again, if there are three species of motion, it is necessary that some one of these should be the subject nature, and to which they are moved. Thus it is necessary that lation should be changed in quality, or borne along. In short, since everything which is moved in three ways, viz., either according to accident, or according to a part, or from itself, mutation can alone be changed according to accident, as if he who is restored to health should run or learn. Mutation, however, according to accident, we have already omitted. But since motion neither belongs to substance or essence, nor to relation, nor to action and passion, it remains that it alone subsists according to quality, quantity, and situation. For in each of these there is contrariety. Let therefore the motion which subsists according to quality be alliation, for this common name is adapted to it. But I mean by quality not that which is in essence, for difference also is quality, but that which is passive, according to which it is said to suffer, or to be impassive. But the motion according to quantity with respect to a common name is anonymous, but when it is divided into two species, it is increase and diminution, the increase which tends to the perfect being magnitude, but that which is from this diminution. And the motion according to place, with respect to the peculiar and the common, is anonymous, but let it be called in common lation, though those things alone are properly said to be borne along, which, when they change their place, cannot of themselves stop, and which do not move themselves according to place. But the change to the more and the less in the same form is alliation. For motion is from the contrary to the contrary, either simply or in a certain respect. For the alliation which proceeds to the less is said to be changed into the contrary, but that which proceeds to the more is moved as from the contrary to it. But it is of no consequence whether it is in a certain respect changed, or simply, except that it is necessary that the terms should be contrary. But it is more and less, because more or less of the contrary is inherent, and is not inherent. That there are these three motions alone, therefore, is from these things manifest. Chapter 4. But that is immovable which is entirely incapable of being moved, just as sound is invisible, and also that which is scarcely moved in a long time, or which begins to be moved slowly, and which is called difficult to be moved. That likewise is immovable which is naturally adapted and able to be moved, but is not then moved when it is naturally adapted, and where, and as it is naturally adapted, which alone among things immovable I denominate to be at rest. For rest is contrary to motion, so that it will be a privation of that motion of which it is capable. What motion therefore is, and also rest, how many mutations there are, and what kind of mutations are motions, is evident from what has been said. Chapter 5. In the next place, let us show what the subsistence together, or at once, to ama, and separately, is; also what to touch is, and to have an intermediate subsistence; and what the successive is, the adhering and the continuous; and in what things each of these is naturally adapted to subsist. Such things, therefore, are said to subsist together, or at once according to place, as are in one place primarily; but things subsist separately which are in different places. Those things are said to touch each other, the extremities of which are together. But that has an intermediate subsistence to which the thing that is changed is naturally adapted to arrive, before it comes to the extreme into which it is changed, when it is continually changed according to nature. The least intermediate subsistence, however, is in three things. For the contrary is the extremity of mutation, but that is continually moved which intermits nothing, or the smallest portion of the thing, but not of time. For nothing hinders but that an intermission taking place, and immediately after the hypate, or the highest chord, the neate, or lowest chord, may sound. This, however, is an intermission of the thing in which motion is produced, and this is evident in mutations according to place, and in other mutations. But the contrary according to place is that which is very much distant in a right line. For the smallest right line is bounded, and that which is bounded is a measure. That is successive between which, and that to which it is successive, there is nothing of the same genus, when it is alone after the beginning, either by position or nature, or is thus defined in some other way. I say, for instance, as a line or lines between a line, or the monad or monads between the monad, or a house between a house. Nothing, however, hinders but that something else may subsist between. For that which is successive to something, and is something posterior. For one is not successive to two, nor the first day of the month to the second, but the latter are successive to the former. But the adhering is said to be that which, being successive, touches. Since, however, all mutation is in opposites, and opposites are contraries, and things which subsist according to contradiction, and there is no medium of contradiction, it is evident that in contraries there will be that which has an intermediate subsistence. The continuous is something belonging to the cohering, but I say that the continuous is when the boundaries of things by which each touches the other become one and the same, and, as the name signifies, are held together. But this being determined, it is evident that the continuous is in those things from which one thing is naturally adapted to be produced according to contact, and so that what is connected may at length become one. Thus also the whole will be one, as for instance, either by a nail, or by glue, or by contact, or by natural conjunction. It is also evident that what is successive is first, for it is necessary that what touches should be successive, but not that everything which is successive should touch. Hence, also, in things which are prior by definition, there is the successive, as for instance in numbers, but there is not contact. And if a thing indeed is continuous, it is necessary that it should touch, but if it touches, it is not yet continuous, for it is not necessary that their extremes should be one if they subsist together, but if the extremes are one, it is necessary that they should subsist together, so that natural conjunction is last according to generation. For it is necessary to be in contact if the extremes are naturally conjoined, but not all things which are in contact are naturally connected. But it is manifest that in those things in which there is not contact, there is not natural conjunction. Hence, if the point and the monad have, as some say, a separate subsistence, it is not possible that the point and the monad should be the same. For with points contact is present, but with monads the successive, and with the former something may be intermediate, since every line subsists between points. But it is not necessary that there should be something intermediate with the latter, for nothing is intermediate between two and one. And thus we have shown what the subsisting separately and together is, also what it is to touch, and to have an intermediate subsistence, and what the successive is, the adhering and the continuous, and in what kind of things each of these subsists. End of chapter 5. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 6 of Book 5 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 6. But one motion is predicated in many ways, for the one is multifariously predicated. Motion, therefore, is one in genus according to the figures of category, for lation with all lation is one motion in genus, but change according to quality differs in genus from lation, and motion is one in species, when, being one in genus, it is also in an individual species. Thus there are differences of colour, and therefore denigration and dealbation differ in species. Hence every dealbation will be the same in species with every dealbation, and every denigration with every denigration, but not with every dealbation. On this account dealbation is one motion in species with every dealbation. But if there are certain things which are at the same time both genera and species, it is manifest that there will be, in a certain respect, one motion in species, but simply that there will not be one in species, as, for instance, discipline, if science is a species of hypolepsis, but the genus of the sciences. Some one, however, may doubt if there is one motion in species when the same thing is changed from the same to the same, as, for instance, one point from this place to that, again and again. But if there is, circulation will be the same with rectilinear motion, and rolling with walking. Or is it determined that motion is different if that in which it is different in species? But the circular is different in species from the right-lined. Thus, therefore, there is one motion both in genus and species, but the motion is simply one, which is one in essence and in number. And what a motion of this kind is will be manifest from division, for there are three things in number about which we say there is one motion, viz. That which, and in which, and when. I say that which, because it is necessary that there should be something which is moved, as, for instance, man or gold, and this must be moved in something, as in place, or in passive quality. There must also be when it is moved, for everything is moved in time. But of these, that motion is one in genus or in species is caused by the thing in which it is moved, but the coherence is the effect of time, and that it is simply one is produced by all these, for that in which the motion is ought to be one and an individual, as, for instance, form. And again, the when, as that the time should be one and uninterrupted. It is also necessary that the thing moved should be one, not according to accident, as when that which is white becomes black, and Coriscus walks, and Coriscus and that which is white are one, but according to accident. Nor according to that which is common, for two men may at the same time be cured by the same method of cure, for instance, of an ophthalmy. But this is not one motion simply, but one in species. Suppose, however, that Socrates is changed in quality according to the same species of change in quality, but in another time, and again in another. If then it is possible that what is corrupted may again become one in number, this motion also will be one. But if this is not possible, there will indeed be the same motion, but not one motion. There is also a doubt similar to this, whether there is one health essentially, and, in short, whether habits and passions are in essence in bodies, for the possessors of these appear to be moved and to flow. If, however, the health is one and the same which was in the morning and now is, why, when a man recovers the health which he had lost, is not this one and the same in number? For the reason is the same, except that it differs in this, that if two things are, on this account, as one in number, it is also necessary that habits should be one in number. For one energy in number is of one thing in number. But if habit is one, perhaps it may not yet appear to some one that there is also one energy. For when a man ceases to walk, there is no longer walking, but when he again walks, there will be walking. If, therefore, there is one and the same energy, one and the same thing may often perish, and often exist. These doubts, however, are foreign from the present speculation. But since all motion is continued, it is also necessary that the motion, which is simply one, should be continued, if all motion is divisible, and if it is continued, it is one. For not every motion can be continuous to every motion, as neither can anything else to anything else. But those things only are continued whose extremes are one. Extremes, however, do not belong to some things, but not to others, being different in species and homonymous. For how can the extremity of a line and of walking touch each other, or become one? Motions, therefore, may be coherent, which are neither the same in species nor in genus. For some one who is running may immediately have a fever, and lation adheres like a lamp from succession, but is not continued. For it is admitted that the continued is that the extremes of which are one, so that motions adhere and are successive because time is continued, but they are continued because the extremes of both become one. Hence it is necessary that the motion, which is simply continued and one, should be the same in species, and of one thing, and in one time. In one time, indeed, that a cessation of motion may not intervene. For in a cessation of motion it is necessary to rest. Between many motions, therefore, and not one motion, there is rest, so that if any motion is stopped by permanency, it is neither one, nor a continued motion, but it is stopped if time intervenes. But that motion, which is not one in species, cannot be called one, though there should not be an intermission of time. For the time indeed is one, but the motion is different in species. For it is necessary that the motion, which is one, should also be one in species, but it is not necessary that this should be simply one. And thus we have shown what the motion is, which is simply one. Farther still, the motion also is said to be one which is perfect, whether it be according to genus, or according to species, or according to essence, just as in other things the perfect and the whole are of one thing. Sometimes, however, though motion is imperfect, it is said to be one, if it be only continued. Again, after another manner, besides the modes which have been enumerated, the motion is said to be one which is equable. For the motion which is anomalous in a certain respect does not appear to be one, but rather that which is equable, as a right line, for the anomalous is divisible. They appear, however, to differ in the same manner as the more and the less. But in all motion there is either the equable or the anomalous, for it may be equably varied and borne along in an equable space, as for instance in a circle or a right line, and the like also may be said concerning increase and diminution. But the difference of the inequability is at one time in that in which a thing is moved. For it is impossible that motion should be equable upon a magnitude which is not equable, as for instance the motion in a fractured or spiral line, or in any other magnitude, every part of which does not accord with every part. But at another time the inequability is neither in the where, nor in the when, nor in that to which the motion tends, but in the manner. For sometimes it is defined by swiftness and slowness. For that motion, the celerity of which is the same, is equable, but that of which the celerity is not the same is anomalous. Hence, swiftness and slowness are neither species nor differences of motion, because they are consequent to all motions which are different in species. Hence, neither do gravity and levity, which tend to the same thing differ in species, as of earth to itself, or of fire to itself. Anomalous motion, therefore, is one because it is continued, but it is less one than equable motion, which indeed happens to fractured lation, but the less has always a mixture of the contrary. If, however, every motion which is one may be equable and not equable, motions which do not adhere according to species cannot be one and continued. For how can the motion be equable which is composed from change according to quality and lation? For it would be necessary that they should accord. Chapter 7. Again, it is requisite to define what kind of motion is contrary to motion, and after the same manner concerning permanency. But in the first place we must determine whether the motion which is from the same is contrary to that motion which is to the same, as for instance, whether the motion which is from health is contrary to that which tends to health, as appears to be the case with generation and corruption, or whether this is true of the motion which is from contraries, so that the motion which is from health is contrary to that which is from disease; or if this is the case with the motion that tends to contraries, so that the motion tending to health is contrary to that which tends to disease; or if the motion from a contrary to a contrary is contrary to that from a contrary to a contrary, as, for instance, if the motion from health to disease is contrary to the motion from disease to health. For it is necessary that there should either be one or many of these modes, since it is not possible otherwise to oppose. But the motion which is from a contrary is not contrary to that which tends to a contrary. Thus the motion from health is not contrary to the motion to disease, for it is one and the same. They have not, however, the same essence, as neither is it the same thing to be changed from health and to be changed into disease, nor is the motion from one contrary contrary to that which is from another. For at the same time it would happen that the motion would be from a contrary and to a contrary, or to that which is intermediate. Concerning this, however, we shall speak hereafter. But the being changed to a contrary may appear to be the cause of contrariety, rather than the being changed from a contrary; for the one is a liberation from, but the other an assumption of, contrariety. And every motion is denominated rather from that into which it is changed, than from that from which it is changed. Thus that is called a becoming well (ougiensis), which tends to health; but a becoming ill (nosensis), which tends to disease. There remains therefore the motion which is to contraries, and that which is to contraries from contraries. Perhaps, therefore, it happens that the motions which are to contraries are also from contraries, but their essence perhaps is not the same. I mean, for instance, the motion to health, when referred to that which is from disease, and the motion from health referred to that which tends to disease. But since mutation differs from motion, for the mutation from a certain subject to a certain subject is motion, this being the case, the motion which is from a contrary to a contrary is contrary to that which is from a contrary to a contrary. Thus the motion which is from health to disease is contrary to the motion from disease to health. But it is manifest from induction what kind of things those appear to be which are contraries. For to become diseased is contrary to the being made well, and to learn is contrary to the being deceived, not through oneself, since they tend to contraries. For as science, so likewise deception may be obtained both through oneself and through another. Lation upward also is contrary to that which is downward, for these are contrary in length. And the motion to the right hand is contrary to that which is to the left, for these are contrary in breadth. The motion, too, which tends to the anterior part is contrary to that which tends to the posterior part, for these are contrary in depth. But the tendency which is to a contrary alone is not motion, but mutation, such, for instance, as becoming to be white, but not from a certain thing. In things, however, to which there is not anything contrary, the mutation which is from the same is contrary to the mutation which is to the same. Hence generation is contrary to corruption, and rejection to assumption, but these are mutations and not motions. The motions, however, to that which has an intermediate subsistence, between which being contraries something intervenes, are to be considered in a certain respect as tending to contraries. For motion uses that which is intermediate as a contrary, into whichever part it may be changed. For instance, from a dark brown to white, as from black, and from white to a dark brown, as to black, but from black to a dark brown, as to white. For the dark brown, which is a medium, is in a certain respect referred to each of the extremes, as was before observed. Motion, therefore, is thus contrary to motion, viz. The motion from a contrary to a contrary is contrary to that from a contrary to a contrary. Chapter 8. Since, however, not only motion but rest seems to be contrary to motion, this must be determined, for motion is simply contrary to motion, but rest is also opposed, for it is privation, and privation in a certain respect is said to be contrary. But what kind to what kind? For instance, is local rest contrary to local motion? But this is now simply asserted. For whether is the motion which is from this, or the motion which is to this, opposed to the permanency which is in this? But it is evident, since motion is in two subjects, that the permanency which is in this is opposed to the motion which is from this to a contrary, and that the permanency which is in a contrary is opposed to the motion which is from a contrary into this. At the same time, however, these permanencies or abidings are contrary to each other. For it would be absurd, if motions are contrary, that the rests opposed to them should not also be contrary. But these rests and motions are in contrary terms. Thus the rest which is in health is opposed to the rest which is in disease, and to the motion from health to disease. For it is irrational to suppose that this rest is contrary to the motion which is from disease to health. For the motion to that in which it was established is rather arresting, so far as it happens to be at the same time produced with motion. But it is necessary that either this or that should take place. For the rest which is in whiteness is not contrary to the rest which is in health. But of such things as have not contraries, the mutation is indeed opposite, viz. The mutation from the same to the mutation to the same, but the motion is not. Thus the mutation from being is opposite to the mutation into being, and there is not a permanency of these, but immobility. And if indeed non-being were a certain subject, the immobility which is in being would be contrary to that which is in non-being. But if non-being is not anything, it may be doubted to what the immobility in being is contrary, and if it is rest. If, however, it be, either not all rest is contrary to motion, or generation and corruption will be motion. It is evident, therefore, that it must not be called rest, unless these also are called motions, but it must be denominated something similar, and immutability. But it is contrary either to nothing, or to that privation of mutation which is in non-being, or to corruption. For this is from that, but generation into that. Chapter 9. It may, however, be doubted why permanencies and motions are in the mutation according to place, both according to and contrary to nature, but are not in other mutations. Thus, with respect to change in quality, one kind is according to, and another contrary to nature. For a tendency to health is not more according to or contrary to nature than a tendency to disease, nor a tendency to whiteness than a tendency to blackness. The like also takes place in increase and diminution, for neither are these contrary to each other as if by nature, or contrary to nature, nor increase to increase. And there is the same reasoning with respect to generation and corruption, for neither is generation according to nature, but corruption contrary to nature, since to grow old is according to nature. Nor do we see that generation is partly according and partly contrary to nature. If, however, that which is by violence is contrary to nature, the corruption which is violent will be contrary to that which is not violent, in the same manner as that which is contrary to that which is according to nature. There are therefore certain generations which are violent, and not fatal, to which those that are according to nature are contrary, and there are violent augmentations and diminutions, to which those according to nature are contrary, such as the augmentations of those who, through luxury, swiftly arrive at puberty, and corn which rapidly becomes ripe, and without constipation. But how does this take place in change according to quality? Shall we say after the same manner? For some of the changes will be violent, and others natural. Thus some are liberated from disease, not in critical days, and others in critical days, of whom the former are changed in quality contrary to, and the latter according to, nature. But corruptions will be contrary to each other, and not to generation alone. And what should hinder? For this takes place in a certain respect, viz., if the one is pleasant and the other painful, so that corruption is not simply contrary to corruption, but so far as one of them is of this kind and the other of that. In short, therefore, motions and rests are contrary in the manner we have mentioned, as for instance the upward to the downward, for these are contrarieties of place. But fire is naturally borne along by that lation which tends upward, and earth by that which tends downward, and these lations are contrary. But fire is carried upward naturally, and downward unnaturally, and its natural motion is contrary to that which is unnatural. And permanencies in a similar manner, for permanency above is contrary to the motion from above to below. This permanency, however, would be to the earth contrary to nature, and that motion would be to it according to nature, so that permanency is contrary to motion, viz., the permanency which is contrary to nature, to the motion which is according to nature of the same thing. For the motion of the same thing is thus contrary, for one of them will be according to nature, which is upward or downward, but the other contrary to nature. There is, however, a doubt whether there is a generation of all rest which has not a perpetual subsistence, and whether this is to stand still. Of the rest, therefore, which abides contrary to nature, as of the rest of earth when on high, there will be a generation. Hence earth, when it is violently driven on high, will stand still, but that which is capable of standing still always appears to be borne along swifter, but on the contrary, that which is moved by violence. Hence, not having been made quiescent, it will be quiescent. Again, to stand still seems to be properly asserted of that which is naturally borne along to its own place, i.e., it either seems to be wholly this, or at least it at the same time happens to be so. But there is a doubt whether the permanency which is here is contrary to the motion which is here, for when a thing is moved from this, or abandons rest, it still appears to possess that which is abandoned. So that if this rest is contrary to the motion which is from hence to the contrary, contraries will be at the same time inherent. Or will it, in a certain respect, be at rest, or will it still abide? And in short, that which is in motion is partly here, and partly in that into which it changes. Hence motion is more than rest contrary to motion. And thus, concerning motion and rest, we have shown how each is one, and what those motions and rests are, which are contrary to each other. Some one, however, may doubt concerning standing still, whether any rest is opposed to such motions as are contrary to nature. It is absurd, therefore, if there will not be, for it abides but by violence, so that there will be something at rest which is not always at rest without the generation of rest. But it is evident that there will be, for as some thing may be moved contrary to nature, so also it may be at rest contrary to nature. Since, however, to some things there is a motion according to, and contrary to nature, as to fire a motion upward is according to nature, but downward contrary to nature, whether is this contrary, or the motion of earth? For this is borne downwards according to nature. Or is it not evident that both these motions are contrary, yet not after the same manner, but the one as that which is according to nature, to that which is according to nature? But the upward to the downward motion of fire is as a motion according to a motion contrary to nature. The like also must be said respecting permanencies. And thus concerning motion and rest we have shown how each is one, and what those motions and rests are, which are contrary to each other. End of Book 5. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 6 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. If, then, there is that which is continued, that which touches, and that which is successive, as was before defined, viz., that those things are continued whose extremes are one, that those touch whose extremes are together, and that those are successive between which there is nothing of the same kind, if this be the case, it is impossible that anything continuous should be composed from indivisibles, as for instance a line from points, since a line is a continued quantity, but a point is indivisible. For neither are the extremities of points one, since of that which is indivisible one thing is not the extreme, and another some other part, nor do the extremes subsist together, for there is no extremity of that which is without parts. For the extremity is different from that of which it is the extremity. Farther still, it is necessary either that the points from which the continued quantity consists should be continued, or touch each other. The same reasoning also applies to all indivisibles. They will not, therefore, be continued for the reason already assigned. But everything touches either the whole, or a part, or a part the whole. Since, however, an indivisible is without parts, it is necessary that the whole should touch the whole. But the whole which touches the whole will not be continued, since the continued has different parts, and is divided into parts that are thus different and separated by place. Neither will a point be successive to a point, or the now to the now, so as that a length of time will consist from these. For things are successive between which there is nothing of the same kind, but between points there is always a line, and between nows time. Again, if this were the case, continued quantity might be divided into divisibles, since every thing may be divided into those things from which it consists, but nothing continued can be divided into impartibles. Nor can any other genus subsist between points and nows, for if this were possible, it is evident that it would be either divisible or indivisible, and if divisible, it will either be divisible into indivisibles, or into things always divisible. But this is something continued. It is also evident that everything which is continued is divisible into things always divisible. For if into indivisibles the indivisible would be touched by the indivisible, since the extreme of things continued is one, and touches. But there is the same reasoning with respect to magnitude, time, and motion. For either each or no one of these consists from indivisibles, and is divided into indivisibles. And this is evident from the following considerations. For if magnitude were composed from indivisibles, the motion also through the space of this magnitude would be composed from equal indivisible motions. Thus, if the magnitude A, B, C were composed from the indivisibles A, B, C, the motion also D, E, F, with which O is moved through the interval A, B, C, will have each of its parts an indivisible. But if motion being present, it is necessary something should be moved. And if it is necessary that motion should be present if something is moved, if this be the case, to be moved also will consist of indivisibles. Hence O is moved through A when it is moved with the motion D, and through B with the motion E, and in like manner through G with the motion F. If, therefore, it is necessary that what is moved should be moved from one place to another, and not at the same time be moved and have been moved, whither it was moved when it was moved, just as if any one walks to Thebes, it is impossible that he should at the same time walk to Thebes and have walked to Thebes. If this be the case, O was moved through A, which is without parts, so far as the motion D was present to it. So that if it should pass after it has passed through, it will be divisible. For when it was passing through, it was neither at rest, nor had passed through, but was between both. But if at the same time it both passes through and had passed through, that which proceeds when it proceeds will be there, and will be moved to whither it is moved. And if anything should be moved through the whole length A, B, C, and the motion with which it is moved is D, E, F, but nothing moves but has been moved through that which is without parts A, if this be admitted, motion will consist not from motions, but from the boundaries of motions, inemata, and something will have been moved which was not in motion, for it will have passed through A by not passing through it. Hence there will be something which has proceeded, though it has never at any time proceeded, for it has proceeded through this, not proceeding through it. If, therefore, it is necessary that everything should either be at rest or be in motion, but it is at rest in each of the parts A, B, C, there will be something which is at the same time continually at rest and continually moved, for it was moved through the whole magnitude A, B, C, and was at rest in every part of it, and therefore in the whole. And if the indivisible parts of D, E, F are motions, it is possible that when motion is present, a thing may not be moved, but be at rest. But if they are not motions, it will come to pass that motion is not composed from motions. In like manner, it is necessary that as length, so time should be indivisible, and be composed from nows, which are indivisible. For if all motion is divisible, but that which is equally swift passes through a less space in a less time, time also will be divisible. And if the time is divisible in which anything is borne along through A also will be divisible. But since every magnitude is divisible into magnitudes, for it has been shown that it is impossible for anything continued to be composed from indivisibles, and every magnitude is continued, it is necessary that what is swifter should pass through a greater space in an equal time, an equal space in a less time, and a greater in a less time, just as some define that which is swifter. For let A be swifter than B. Since, therefore, that which is first changed is more swift, hence in the time in which A is changed from C to D, as for instance in the time FG, in this time B will not have yet arrived at D, but will fall short of it, so that what is swifter will pass through more space in an equal time. In a less time also it will pass through more space than that which is slower. For in the time in which A arrives at D, B will arrive at E, since it is slower. Hence, because A arrived at D in the whole time FG, it will arrive at H in a less time than this, and it will arrive at it in the time FG. The space, therefore, CH, which A will pass through, is greater than CE, but the time FK is less than the whole time FG, so that it passes through a greater space in a less time. Hence also it is evident that what is swifter passes through an equal space in a less time. For since it passes through a greater length in a less time than that which is slower, but when considered itself by itself, it passes through a greater length in a less time, as for instance the length LM, which is greater than the length LX, hence the time PR in which it passes through the length LM is greater than the time PS in which it passes through the length LX. So that if the time PR is less than the time PT in which the slower movable quantity passes through the length LX, the time also PS is less than the time PT, for it is less than PR. But that which is less than the less is itself less, so that in a less time it will have moved through an equal space. Farther still, if it is necessary that everything in motion should be moved either in an equal, or in a less, or in a greater time, and that which is moved in a greater time is slower, in an equal time equally swift, and if that which is swifter is neither equally swift nor slower, if this be the case, that which is swifter is neither moved in an equal nor in a greater time. It remains, therefore, that it is moved in a less time. Hence it is necessary that the swifter should pass through an equal magnitude in a less time. But since every motion is in time, and in every time it is possible for something to be moved, but everything which is moved may be moved swifter and slower, hence in every time it is possible for a thing to be moved swifter and slower. But this being the case, it is necessary that time should be continued. And I call that continued which is divisible into parts that are always divisible. For the continued being admitted to be this, it is necessary that time should be continued. For since it has been shown that what is more swift passes through an equal space in a less time, let A be that which moves with a greater velocity, but B that which moves with a less. And let that which moves with a less velocity, or the slower, pass through the magnitude CD in the time FG. It is evident, therefore, that the swifter will pass through the same magnitude in a less time than this, and let this time be FH. Again, because the swifter passes through the whole length CD in the time fh, the slower in the same time will pass through a lesser length. Let this, therefore, be ck. But since the slower b passes through the length ck in the time fh, the swifter will pass through it in a less time, so that again the time fh will be divided. But this being divided, the magnitude also ck will be divided in the same ratio, and if the magnitude, also the time, and this will always be the case if we assume a progression from the swifter to the slower, and from the slower to the swifter, and make use of that which has been demonstrated, for the swifter divides the time, and the slower the length. If, therefore, conversion is always true, and division is always produced by conversion, it is evident that all time is continued, but at the same time it is also manifest that every magnitude is continued, for time and magnitude are divided according to the same and equal divisions. Again, from what is usually asserted, it is evident that if time is continued, magnitude is likewise, since in the half of a certain time the half of a certain space is passed through, and in short a less space in a less time, for there will be the same divisions of time and magnitude, and if the one is infinite, the other is also. As likewise is the one, so is the other. For instance, if time is infinite in the extremes, length also will be infinite in the extremes. And if time is infinite in division, this also will be the case with length. But if time is infinite in both these, length likewise will be infinite in both. Hence the reasoning of Zeno assumes that which is false, viz., that it is not possible to pass through infinites, or touch infinites one by one, in a finite time. For length and time, and in short everything continued, are said to be infinite in a twofold respect, viz., either according to division, or from the extremes. Things, therefore, that are infinite according to quantity cannot be touched in a finite time, but things according to division may, for time is thus infinite, so that it happens that the infinite may be passed through in an infinite, and not in a finite time, and that infinites may touch infinites in infinite, and not in finite times. Neither, therefore, can the infinite be passed through in a finite time, nor the finite in an infinite time. But if time is infinite, magnitude also will be infinite, and if magnitude, likewise time. For let there be a finite magnitude A, B, and an infinite time C. Let also some finite part of this time be assumed as C, D. In this time, therefore, it will pass through some part of the magnitude, and let it have passed through the part B, E. But this part will either measure the magnitude A, B, or will be deficient, or exceed in measuring it. This, however, is of no consequence, for if it always passes through a magnitude equal to the part B, E, and this measures the whole magnitude, the whole time in which it passes through will be finite, for it will be divided into equal parts, as also the magnitude. Farther still, if it does not pass through the whole magnitude in an infinite time, but is able to pass through some portion of it in a finite time, as for instance the part B, E, and this measures the whole, if this be the case, it will pass through an equal part in an equal time, so that the time will be finite. But that it does not pass through the part B, E, in an infinite time, will be evident if a finite time is assumed from the other part. For if it passes through a part in a less time, it is necessary that this part should be finite, since the other boundary is present. There is the same demonstration if the length is supposed to be infinite, but the time finite. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that neither a line, nor a superficies, nor, in short, any continued quantity, is indivisible, not only in consequence of what has been now said, but because it will happen that an indivisible will be divided. For since in all time there is the swifter and the slower, but the swifter passes through a greater space in an equal time, it is possible for it to pass through a double or sesquialter length, for this may be the ratio of the celerity. Let that which moves swifter, then, pass through a sesquialter length in the same time, and let the magnitudes be divided. That which moves swifter into AB, BC, CD, 3 indivisibles, but that which moves slower into 2, EF, FG. The time, therefore, will also be divided into 3 indivisibles, for it passes through an equal space in an equal time. Let the time, then, be divided into KL, LM, MN. But again, since that which moves more slow passes through EF, FG, hence the time will be cut into 2 parts. An indivisible, therefore, will be divided, and that which is without parts will not pass through in an indivisible, but in a longer time. Hence it is evident that nothing continued is without parts. Chapter 2. But it is necessary that the now, which is so called, not through another, but by itself and primarily, should be indivisible, and likewise that such a now should be inherent in all time. For it is a certain extremity of the past, beyond which there is nothing of the future, and again it is a certain extremity of the future, beyond which there is nothing of the past. It is also that which we say is the boundary of both. And if it can be shown that the now is a thing of this kind in itself, and the same, it will at the same time be evident that it is indivisible. It is necessary, therefore, that the now should be the same which is the extremity of both times. For if it were different, the one would not be successive to the other, because that which is continued is not composed from impartibles. But if each is separate, there will be time between them, for everything continued is of such a kind that there is something synonymous between the extremes. If time, however, is that which is between, it will be divisible, for it has been shown that all time is divisible, so that the now will be divisible. But if the now is divisible, there will be something of the past in the future, and something of the future in the past, for that according to which it is divided will separate the present and future time. At the same time, however, the now will not be a boundary of itself, but through another. For the division is not of that which subsists by itself, to which we may add that of the now there will be something which will be past, and something which will be future, and not always the same past or future. Neither, therefore, is the now the same, for time is multifariously divisible, so that if these things cannot be inherent in the now, it is necessary that the same now should be in each. But if the same, it is also evident that it is indivisible. For if it were divisible, the same things would happen as have been already mentioned in the former argument. From what has been said, therefore, it is evident that there is something in time indivisible, which we say is the now. But that nothing is moved in the now is manifest from the following considerations. For if anything is so moved, it may be moved in it swifter and slower. Let the now, therefore, be N, and let that which is swifter be moved in it through the length A, B. Hence that which is slower will be moved in the same through a length less than A, B, as for instance through A, C. But since that which is slower is moved in the whole now through A, C, that which is swifter will be moved in less than this, so that the now will be divided, but it was indivisible. It is not possible, therefore, for a thing to be moved in the now. But neither can a thing be at rest in the now, for we say that a thing is at rest which is naturally adapted to be moved, but is not moved when it is naturally adapted, and where and as it is naturally adapted to be moved. So that since nothing is naturally adapted to be moved in the now, it is evident that it possesses no natural aptitude to be at rest in the now. Again, if there is the same moment in both times, but it is possible to be moved in the whole of the one, and to be at rest in the whole of the other, and if that which is moved in the whole time may be moved in any part of this time in which it is naturally adapted to be moved, and that which is at rest may similarly be at rest, if this be the case, it will happen that the same thing may at the same time be at rest and be moved, for the same thing, that is, the now, is the extremity of both times. Farther still, we say that a thing is at rest which subsists similarly, both itself and its parts, now and formerly. But in the now there is not the prior, so that neither can anything be at rest in the now. It is necessary, therefore, that what is moved should be moved in time, and that what is at rest should be at rest in time. Chapter 3. But it is necessary that everything which is changed should be divisible. For since all mutation is from something to something, and when a thing is in that into which it is changed, it is no longer changed, but when it is in that from which it is changed, both itself and its parts are not yet changed, for that which subsists similarly is neither itself changed, nor its parts. This being the case, it is necessary that one part of that which is changed should be in this, but another part in the other. For neither is it possible that the whole can be in both, nor in neither. But I mean in that into which it is changed, viz., that which is first according to mutation, as for instance the dark brown from the white, and not the black. For it is not necessary that what is changed should be in either of the extremes. It is evident, therefore, that everything which is changed will be divisible. Chapter 4. But motion is divisible in a twofold respect. In one way by time, in another according to the motions of the parts of that which is moved. Thus, if the whole A, C is moved, the part also A, B will be moved, and the part B, C. Let therefore D, E be the motion of the part A, B, and E, F the motion of the part B, C. Hence it is necessary that the whole D, F should be the motion of A, C, for it will be moved according to this motion, since each of the parts is moved according to each, and nothing is moved according to the motion of another thing, so that the whole motion is the motion of the whole magnitude. Farther still, if all motion is the motion of something, but the whole motion D, F is neither the motion of either of the parts, for each part is the motion of each part, nor of anything else, for where there is a whole motion of the whole of a thing, the parts of that motion will be the motions of the parts of the thing, but the parts of the motion D, F are the motions of the parts A, B, C, and not of other things, for there is not one motion of many things. If this be the case, the whole motion will be the motion of the magnitude AC. Besides, if there is another motion of the whole, as for instance HI, the motion of each of the parts will be taken from it, but these will be equal to the motions D, E, F, for there is one motion of one thing, so that if the whole motion HI is divided into the motions of the parts, the motion HI will be equal to the motion DF. But if anything remains, as for instance KI, this will not be the motion of anything, for it will neither be the motion of the whole, nor of the parts, because there is one motion of one part, nor will it be the motion of anything else, because the motion of any continued quantities is continued. This also will be the case if it should surpass according to division, so that if this is impossible, it is necessary that it should be the same and equal. This, therefore, is the division according to the motions of the parts, and it is necessary that it should be the division of everything which consists of parts. But another division takes place according to time. For since all motion is in time, all time is divisible, and there is less motion in a less time. It is necessary that all motion should be divided according to time. Chapter 5. But since everything which is moved in something, and in a certain time, and since there is a motion of everything which is moved, it is necessary that there should be the same divisions of time and motion, of the being moved, and of that which is moved, and of that in which motion is effected, except that there is not similarly a division of all things in which motion is, but of quantity the division is essential, and of quality according to accident. For let the time in which anything is moved be A, and the motion B. If, therefore, it accomplishes the whole motion in the whole time, it will certainly effect a less motion in half the time, and this again being divided, it will effect a motion less than this, and thus perpetually. In like manner, if motion is divisible, time also is divisible. For if it accomplishes the whole motion in the whole time, it will accomplish half in half the time, and again less than half in less than half the time. After the same manner also, the being moved will be divided. For let the being moved be C. According to the half of the motion, therefore, it will be less than the whole, and again according to the half of the half, and thus perpetually. It is possible also, admitting the being moved to be according to each of the motions, as for instance according to DC and CE, to say that the whole will be moved according to the whole motion. For if something else corresponds to the whole motion, there will be many things of which the being moved may be asserted according to the same motion, just as we have shown that motion is divisible into the motions of the parts. For if the being moved is assumed according to each motion, the whole will be continued. In a similar manner also it may be shown that length is divisible, and in short everything in which there is mutation, except that some things are divided according to accident, because that which is changed is divisible. For one part being divided, all the parts will be divided, and so far as pertains to their being finite or infinite, the thing will similarly take place in all of them. But it especially follows that all may be divided, and this to infinity, from that which is changed. For in that which is changed, the divisible and the infinite are immediately inherent. That the divisible indeed is inherent has been shown before, but that the infinite is also will be manifest in what follows. Chapter 6. Since, however, everything that changes is changed from something into something, it is necessary that what is changed, when it is first changed, should be in that into which it is changed. For that which changes proceeds from that from which it changes, or leaves it; and either to change and to leave are the same, or the latter is consequent to the former, and the having left to the being changed; for each subsists similarly with reference to each. Since, therefore, of mutations one is that which is according to contradiction, when a thing is changed from non-being into being, it leaves non-being. It will be, therefore, in being, for it is necessary that everything should either be or not be. Hence it is evident that in the mutation according to contradiction, that which is changed will be in that into which it is changed. But if it is so in this mutation, it will likewise take place in others; for the thing is similar in one and in others. Again, this will be evident to those who consider the affair more particularly. If it is necessary that what is changed should be somewhere, or in something; for since it leaves that from which it is changed, and it is necessary that it should be somewhere, it will be either in this or in another. If, therefore, that which is changed into B is in another, as for instance in C, again it will change from C into B. For it did not adhere to B, because the mutation is continued; so that what is changed, when it is changed, changes into that into which it is changed. But this is impossible. Hence it is necessary that what is changed should be in that into which it is changed. It is evident, therefore, that what is made will then be when it is made, and that what is corrupted will not be when it is corrupted. For this has been universally asserted of every mutation, and is especially evident in the mutation according to contradiction. That what is changed, therefore, is, when it is first changed, in that into which it is changed, is evident. End of chapter 6 of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 7 of book 6 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 7. But that in which that which is changed is first changed is necessarily an indivisible. But I call that first which is not such from something else belonging to it being first. For let A, C be divisible, and let it be divided in B. If, therefore, it is changed in A, B, or again in B, C, it will not be first changed in A, C. But if it is changed in each, for it is necessary either that it should have been changed, or that it should change in each, it will also be changed in the whole. But it was changed. The same reasoning applies if it changed in the one, but has been changed in the other; for there will be something prior to that which is first, so that the first in which that which is changed will not be divisible. It is evident, therefore, with respect to that which is corrupted and that which is generated, that the one is corrupted and the other generated in an indivisible. Chapter 8. But that in which a thing is first changed is predicated in a twofold respect. One, that in which primarily the mutation is perfect, for then it is true to assert that it has been changed; but the other, that in which it began to change. Hence, that which is said to be first according to the end of the mutation is inherent, and is; for it is possible that mutation may be perfected, and there is an end of mutation which has been shown to be indivisible, because it is a boundary. But in short, there is not mutation which is predicated with reference to the beginning, for there is not a beginning of mutation, nor a first time in which a thing is changed. For let A, D be a first time. This, therefore, is not indivisible, for it would happen that nows would adhere to each other. Again, if it is at rest in the whole time A, C, for let it be supposed to be at rest, it will also be at rest in A, so that if A, D is without parts, it will at the same time be at rest and have been changed, for it is at rest in A, but is changed in D. Since, however, A, D is not without parts, it must necessarily be divisible, and have been changed in every part of it. For A, D being divided, if it has been changed in neither part, neither will it have been changed in the whole. But if it changes in both, it will also change in the whole. And if it is changed in one of these, it is not first changed in the whole, so that it is necessary it should have been changed in every part. It is evident, therefore, that there is not a time in which a thing is first changed, because the divisions are infinite. Hence, neither of that which is changed is there any first part which is changed. For let D, F be that which is first changed of D, E, since it has been shown that whatever is changed is divisible. But let the time in which D, F is changed be H, I. If, therefore, D, F is changed in the whole time, that which is changed in half the time will be less and prior to D, F. And again, there will be another part prior to this, and another prior to that, and thus perpetually, so that there will be nothing first changed of that which changes. That there is not, therefore, anything first, neither of that which changes, nor of the time in which it is changed, is evident from what has been said. But that which changes, or that according to which it changes, will no longer subsist in a similar manner. For there are three things which are considered in mutation: that which changes, that in which, and that according to which it changes, as for instance, man, and the time, and that which is white. Man, therefore, and the time are divisible. But concerning that which is white, there is another reason, except that all divisible things are according to accident. For that to which quality or whiteness happens is divisible. For with respect to such things as are said to be divisible essentially, and not according to accident, neither in these will there be that which is first, as for instance in magnitudes. For let there be a magnitude A, B, and let it be first moved from B to C. If, therefore, B, C is indivisible, that which is without parts will adhere to that which is without parts. But if it is divisible, there will be something prior to C into which it will have been changed, and again something prior to that, and thus perpetually, because division never fails, so that there will not be a first into which it will be changed. The like also will take place in the mutation of quantity, for this too is in continuity. It is evident, therefore, that in that motion alone which is according to quality, it is possible for the essentially indivisible to subsist. Chapter 9. Since, however, everything which changes, changes in time, and a thing is said to change in time, both as in that which is first, and as with reference to something else, as for instance in a year, because it changes in a day, this being the case, it is necessary that a thing should change in every part of that time in which that which first changes, changes. But this is manifest from definition, for we thus denominate what is first. It is also evident from the following considerations. For let that in which a thing that is first moved is moved be x, r, and let it be divided in k, for all time is divisible. In the time x, k, therefore, it will either be moved or not be moved, and again in a similar manner in the time k, r. If, therefore, it is moved in neither, it will be at rest in the whole time, since it is impossible for that to be moved which is moved in no part of this. But if it is alone moved in the other, it will not have been first moved in x, r, for motion subsists with reference to another. It is necessary, therefore, that it should be moved in every part of x, r. Chapter 10. This being shown, it is evident that everything which is moved must have been previously moved. For if in the time x, r, it is first moved through the magnitude k, l, that which is moved with equal celerity, and begins to be moved at the same time, will be moved through half that magnitude in half the time. But if that which has equal celerity is moved through a certain part in this time, it is necessary that the other also should have been moved through the same magnitude, so that what is moved will have moved. Farther still, if we say that it has been moved in the whole time x, r, or in short in any time whatever, in consequence of receiving the ultimate now of that time, for this it is which terminates, and that which subsists between the nows is time, if this be the case, in other times also it may be similarly said to have been moved. But the division is the extremity of the half, so that it will have been moved in the half, and in short in every part. For always, together with section, time is bounded by nows. If, therefore, all time is divisible, and that which subsists between nows is time, hence whatever changes will have been changed infinitely. Again, if it is necessary that what continually changes, and is neither corrupted nor ceases from mutation, should either change or have been changed in any time whatever, but a thing cannot change in the now, it is also necessary that it should have been changed in every now, so that if the nows are infinite, everything which changes will have been infinitely changed. But it is not only necessary that what changes should have been changed, but it is likewise necessary that what is changed should previously change. For everything which is changed from something into something has been changed in time. For let a thing have been changed in the now from A to B. Hence in the very now in which it is in A, it has not been changed. For if it had, it would be at the same time in A and B. For that a thing which is changed, when it is changed, is not in this boundary A, has been shown before. But if it is in another boundary, there is time between, for nows do not adhere to each other. Since, therefore, it is changed in time, and all time is divisible, it will be changed in half the time, and again in the half of that half, and thus perpetually, so that it will previously change. Farther still, what has been said will be more evident in magnitude, because magnitude is continued, in which that which changes is changed. For let anything be changed from C to D. Hence, if C, D is indivisible, the impartible will adhere to the impartible. But since this is impossible, it is necessary that what is between should be magnitude, and should be divisible into infinite parts, so that it will previously change into these. It is necessary, therefore, that everything which is changed should previously change, for there is the same demonstration in things which are not continued, as for instance in contraries and contradiction. For let us assume a time in which it is changed, and again we shall say the same things. so that it is necessary that what is changed should change, and that what changes should have been changed. Likewise, the being changed is prior to changing, and changing to the being changed, and a first can never be assumed. But the non-adherence of the impartible to the impartible is the cause of this. For the division is to infinity in the same manner as in lines which are increased and diminished. It is evident, therefore, that what was generated was necessarily generated before, and that what is generated was generated, viz. This is true of such things as are divisible and continued, yet not always that which is generated, but sometimes something else, as for instance something belonging to it, as the foundation of a house. The like also takes place in that which is corrupted, and in that which has been corrupted. For since that which is generated and that which is corrupted are continuous, a certain infinity is immediately present with these, and it is not possible that anything can be generated which has not been generated, nor have been generated which was not generated. The like also takes place in the being corrupted, and in the having been corrupted. For the having been corrupted will always be prior to the being corrupted, and the being corrupted to the having been corrupted. It is evident, therefore, that it is necessary that what was generated should have been generated before, and that what is generated was generated. For all magnitude and all time are always divisible, so that they cannot be primarily in that in which they are. Chapter 11. But since everything which is moved in time, and passes through a greater magnitude in a greater time, it is impossible that a finite space can be moved through in an infinite time, when that which is moved is neither always moved through the same, nor through some part of it, but is moved in the whole time through the whole. If, therefore, anything is moved with an equal celerity, it is manifestly necessary that it should be moved through a finite magnitude in a finite time. For a part being assumed which will measure the whole space in as many equal times as there are parts, it is moved through the whole space. Hence, since these are finite, and each is a quantity, and all are assumed a certain number of times, the time also will be finite, for it will be so many times, so much as the time of a part multiplied by the number of the parts. But if it should not be moved with an equal celerity, it is of no consequence. For let A and B be a finite interval, through which something is moved in an infinite time, and let the infinite time be C, D. If, therefore, it is necessary that it should be moved through one part prior to being moved through another, this also is evident, that in the prior and posterior part of the time it will be moved through different parts of the interval. For in a further time it will always be moved through another part, whether it be changed with an equal or with an unequal celerity, and no less so, whether the motion suffers intension or remission, or whether it remains the same. Let, therefore, any part of the interval A, B be assumed, viz. A, E, which will measure the interval A, B. This part, therefore, will be passed through in some portion of the infinite time, for it cannot be passed through in an infinite time, because the whole interval is passed through in an infinite time. Again, therefore, another part will necessarily be passed through in a finite time, if I assume a part as great as A, E, since the whole is passed through in an infinite time. And thus, by assuming one part after another, since there is no part of the infinite which measures it, for it is impossible that the infinite should be composed from finites, whether they be equal or unequal, because things which are finite in number and magnitude are measured by a certain one, and that not the less, whether they be equal or unequal, if they are of a definite magnitude. And since the finite interval is measured by the quantity A, E, hence that which is moved will be moved in a finite time through the space A, B. The like also will take place in a progression to rest, so that neither is it possible for anything to be generated or corrupted, which is always one and the same. The same reasoning also will prove that neither can anything be moved through the infinite in a finite time, nor proceed to rest, whether it be equably or unequably moved. For any part being assumed which measures the whole time, in this part it will pass through a certain quantity, and not the whole of the magnitude, since it passes through the whole in the whole time. And again, in an equal part of the time, it will pass through another quantity of the magnitude, and in a similar manner in each part of the time it will pass through some quantity of the magnitude, whether it be equal or unequal to the quantity which it passed through from the beginning. For it is of no consequence if only each part be finite, for it is evident that the time being consumed, the infinite space will not be consumed, an ablation taking place which is finite, both with respect to quantity and number, so that it will not pass through an infinite magnitude in a finite time. Nor is it of any consequence whether the magnitude is infinite on one side or on both sides, for there will be the same reasoning. But these things having been demonstrated, it is evident that neither can a finite magnitude pass through an infinite space in a finite time, on account of the same cause. For in a part of the time it will pass through a finite space, and in a similar manner in the several parts, so that in the whole time it will pass through a finite space. But since a finite movable does not pass through an infinite space in a finite time, it is evident that neither can an infinite movable pass through a finite space. For if the infinite could pass through the finite, it is necessary that the finite also may pass through the infinite. For it is of no consequence which it is that is moved, since in both ways the finite will pass through the infinite. For when an infinite magnitude, as A, is moved, there will be some part of it in B finite, as for instance the part C, D, and again another and another part, and thus it will be perpetually, so that it will at the same time happen that the infinite will be moved through the finite, and the finite through the infinite. For it is not perhaps possible for the infinite to be moved through the finite in any other way than because the finite passes through the infinite, either by lation or measuring it. So that since this is impossible, the infinite cannot pass through the finite, but neither can an infinite magnitude pass through an infinite magnitude in a finite time. For if it can pass through the infinite, it can also pass through the finite, since the finite is inherent in the infinite. Farther still, time also being assumed, there will be the same demonstration. But since neither a finite can pass through an infinite magnitude, nor an infinite a finite, nor through an infinite magnitude in a finite time, it is evident that neither will there be an infinite motion in finite time. For what difference does it make whether the motion or the magnitude is supposed to be infinite? For it is necessary, if either of these is infinite, that the other should be infinite also, because all lation is in place. Chapter 12. But since everything is either moved or is at rest, which is naturally adapted to be so, and where and as it is adapted, it is necessary that whatever tends to rest, when it tends to rest, should be moved. For unless it were moved, it would be at rest. But it is not possible for that to tend to rest which is at rest. This then being demonstrated, it is evident that it must necessarily tend to rest in time. For that which is moved in time, and it has been shown that what tends to rest is moved, so that it is necessary that it should tend to rest in time. Again, if we say that the swifter and the slower are in time, and it is possible to tend to rest swifter and slower, therefore a thing tends to rest in time. But in any part of the time in which that first tends to rest which so tends, it is necessary it should tend to rest. For the time being divided, if it tends to rest in neither of the parts, neither will it tend to rest in the whole. So that that will not tend to rest which does tend to rest. But if it tends to rest in one of the parts, it will not first tend to rest in the whole. For according to one part, it will tend to rest in this, as was before observed of that which is moved. But as that which is moved is not in that in which it is first moved, so likewise that which tends to rest is not in that in which it first tends to rest. For neither of the being moved, nor of the tending to rest, is there a certain first. For let A, B, be that in which a thing first tends to rest. This, therefore, cannot be without parts, for motion is not in that which is without parts, because something of it is moved through. But it has been shown that what tends to rest is moved, and if A, B is divisible, the thing will tend to rest in any one of its parts whatever. For this was shown before, that it tends to rest in any part whatever of that in which it first tends to rest. Since, therefore, it is time in which it first tends to rest, and not an indivisible, but all time is divisible to infinity, there is not that in which it first tends to rest. Neither, therefore, is there a first in which a thing rests that is at rest, for it will not rest in that which is without parts, because there is not motion in an indivisible. But in that in which a thing may be at rest, in that also it may be moved. For we then say a thing is at rest, when that which is naturally adapted to be moved is not moved in that in which it possesses a natural aptitude to be moved. Again, we then also say a thing is at rest when it subsists similarly now and formerly, as not judging from one certain thing, but from two at the least. Hence, that in which it rests will not be without parts. But if it is divisible, the time also will be divisible, and it will be at rest in any one of its parts whatever. For this may be demonstrated after the same manner as before, so that nothing will be first. But the cause of this is, that everything is at rest and is moved in time, and there is not a first time, nor a first magnitude, nor, in short, any first continued quantity, for everything continued is divisible to infinity. Chapter 13. But since everything which is moved in time, and changes from something into something, it is impossible that what is moved in the time in which it is moved essentially, and not because it is moved in a certain part of that time, should be in a certain first. For this is to be at rest, i.e., for both a thing itself and each of its parts to be in the same for a certain time. For thus we say a thing is at rest, when in another and another now it is true to say that both itself and its parts are in the same. But if this is to be at rest, that which changes cannot wholly be in anything according to a first time, for all time is divisible, so that in another and another part of it, it will be true to say that both itself and its parts are in the same. For if it were not so, but in one now only, it will not be in any time in a certain thing, but in the boundary of time. But a thing may always abide in something in the now, and yet not be at rest in it. For it is not possible either to be moved, or to be at rest in the now. But it is true that a thing is not moved in the now, and is in something, and it is not possible that it can be in time according to the quiescent, for it would happen that what is borne along would be at rest. Chapter 14. Zeno, however, paralogizes, For he says, if always everything is either at rest or moved, when it is in a place equal to itself, but that which is borne along is always in the nows in a place equal to itself, an arrow which is borne along is immovable. But this is false. For time is not composed from nows which are indivisible, as neither is any other magnitude. There are, however, 4 arguments of Zeno concerning motion, which afford some difficulty to those that solve them. The first attempts to prove that a thing cannot be moved, because it is necessary that what is borne along should arrive at the half before it arrives at the end, which argument we have already dissolved. The second is that which is called Achilles, and is this, that the slower, when it runs from the swifter, will never be overtaken, for prior to this it is necessary that the pursuer should arrive thither whence that which fled began to fly, so that it is necessary that the slower should always advance a little farther. But this argument is the same as that which bisects, though it differs in not bisecting the assumed magnitude. It is concluded, therefore, from the argument that the slower is not overtaken, but for the same reason with the bisection. For it happens in both that the thing in motion does not arrive at the end, the magnitude in a certain respect being divided. In this also it is tragically added, that it will not by the most rapid pursuit overtake that which is slower, so that the solution is necessarily the same. To think, however, that the thing which precedes will not be overtaken is false, for when it precedes it is not overtaken, but at the same time it will be overtaken, if it is admitted that a finite space is passed through. These, therefore, are 2 of his arguments. But the third is that which was just now mentioned, that an arrow which is borne along stands still. This, however, is inferred from assuming that time is composed from nows. For this not being granted, there will not be a syllogism. But the fourth argument is concerning equal bulks, which are moved in the stadium in a contrary direction, some from the end, and others from the middle of the stadium, with an equal celerity, in which he thinks it will happen that half the time will be equal to the double. The paralogism, however, consists in this, that Zeno thinks it should be granted that one of these bulks, which passes by that which is in motion, and the other which passes by that which is at rest, are moved with an equal celerity in an equal time, through an equal magnitude. But this is false. Thus, for instance, let the equal bulks A, 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 A stand still, but let the bulks B, 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 B begin to be moved from the middle of them A, since they are equal to these in number and magnitude, and let the bulks C, 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 C begin to be moved from the last, these also being equal in number and magnitude, and moved with the same celerity as B. It will happen, therefore, that the first B and the first C will be at the same time in the extremity A, since they are moved in a parallel direction. It will also happen that all C will pass through all A, but all B will pass through the half, so that the time also will be half, for each is equal parallel to each. At the same time, too, it happens that all B will pass by all C, for at the same time the first C and the first B are in contrary extremes, since the same time is consumed in passing by each B, that is consumed in passing by each A, as Zeno says, because both are moved in an equal time parallel to all A. This, therefore, is his reasoning, which happens through the above-mentioned falsity. Neither, therefore, will there be anything impossible in what we have asserted, from the mutation which is in contradiction, as if a thing should change from non-white into white, and into neither, that it will therefore neither be white nor non-white. For it does not follow that if the whole is not in either, that it will not be called white, or not white. For we call a thing white, or not white, not because the whole is such, but because most or the principal of its parts are white. And it is not the same thing not to be in this, and for the whole not to be in this. The like also takes place in being and non-being, and in other things which subsist according to contradiction. For the whole will not necessarily be in either of the opposites, but always in neither. Again, in a circle and a sphere, and in short, in things which are moved in themselves, it will happen that these will be at rest. For both they and their parts will be in the same place for a certain time, so that they will at the same time be at rest and be moved. For first, the parts are in no time in the same place, and secondly, the whole also always changes into another. For it is not the same circumference which is assumed from the point A, from the point B, and from the point C, and from each of the other points, except in the same manner as a musical man and a man are the same, because it so happens, so that the one will always change into the other, and will never be at rest. After the same manner the thing takes place in a sphere, and in other things which are moved in themselves. Chapter 15. These things being demonstrated, we say that the impartible cannot be moved, except according to accident, as for instance the body being moved, or the magnitude in which the impartible is inherent, just as if that which is in a ship should be moved by the motion of the ship, or a part by the motion of the whole. But I call that impartible which is indivisible according to quantity, for the motions of the parts are different according to the parts, and according to the motion of the whole. This difference also may be especially perceived in a sphere, for there will not be the same celerity of the parts which are about the centre, of those which are external, and of the whole sphere, as if there were not one motion. As we have said, therefore, the impartible may be so moved, as he who sits in a ship is moved when the ship sails, but it cannot be moved by itself. For let it be changed from A, B into B, C, whether from magnitude into magnitude, or from form into form, or according to contradiction. But let the time in which it is first changed be D. It is necessary, therefore, that in the time in which it changes, it should either be in A, B, or B, C, or something of it in this, and something else of it in the other. For whatever changes thus subsists. Something belonging to it, therefore, will not be in each of these, for it would consist of parts, but neither will something of it be in B, C, for it will have been changed. But it is supposed to change. It remains, therefore, that it is in A, B, at the time in which it changes. Hence it will be at rest. For to be in the same thing for any time is to be at rest. So that the impartible cannot be moved, nor, in short, changed. For thus in one way only can its motion subsist, if time were composed from nows, since a thing would always be moved and changed in the now, so that it would never be moved, but would always have moved. But that this is impossible has been shown before, for neither is time composed from nows, nor a line from points, nor motion from the boundaries of motion (kinemata). And he who says this does nothing else than assert that motion consists from impartibles, just as if he should say that time is composed from nows, or magnitude from points. Again, it is also evident from the following considerations that neither a point nor any other indivisible can be moved. For with respect to everything which is moved, it is impossible that it should pass through that which is greater than itself, before it passed through that which is either equal to or less than itself. But if this be the case, it is evident that a point will be first moved through either that which is less, or that which is equal. Since, however, it is indivisible, it is impossible for it to be first moved through that which is less than itself. It will, therefore, pass through that which is equal to itself, so that a line will be composed from points. For the point always being moved through that which is equal to itself will measure the whole line. If, however, this is impossible, it is also impossible for an indivisible to be moved. Farther still, if everything that is moved in time, but nothing is moved in the now, and all time is divisible, there will be to every movable a certain time less than that time in which it is moved through a space equal to itself. For this will be the time in which it is moved, because everything is moved in time, and it has been before shown that all time is divisible. If, therefore, a point is moved, there will be a certain time less than that time in which the point is moved. But this is impossible, for in a less time it is necessary that it should be moved through a less space, so that the indivisible will be divisible into that which is less, just as time also into time. For in one way that which is impartible and indivisible may be moved, if it were possible to be moved in an indivisible now, since there is the same reason why a thing should be moved in the now, and why anything indivisible should be moved. Chapter 16. There is not any infinite mutation, for all mutation is from something into something, as well that which is in contradiction as that which is in contraries. So that of those mutations which subsist according to contradiction, affirmation and negation are the boundary, as for instance of generation being is the boundary, and of corruption non-being. But of those mutations which are in contraries, contraries are the boundaries, for these are the extremes of mutation. So that this will likewise be the case in all change according to quality, for change according to quality is from certain contraries. In like manner also this will be true of increase and diminution. For the boundary of increase is the end of a magnitude according to its proper nature, but of diminution a departure from this magnitude. But lation is not thus bounded, for not all lation is in contraries. Since, however, it is not possible for a thing to be cut, unless it were possible that it might have been cut, for the impossible is multifariously predicated, that which is attended with this impossibility cannot be cut. And in short, if nothing can be generated which might not once have been generated, neither can that which might not have been changed be changed into that into which it might not have been changed. If, therefore, that which is borne along should be changed into anything, it will also be possible that it might change, so that there will not be infinite motion, nor will a thing be impelled through infinite space, because it is impossible for the infinite to be passed through. It is evident, therefore, that there is not infinite mutation, so as not to be terminated by boundaries. It must be, however, considered whether it be possible that there may be infinite mutation in such a manner, that being one and the same, it may be infinite in time. For, not being one, nothing perhaps hinders this from taking place. As, for instance, if change according to quality should be after lation, and increase after change in quality, and again generation. For thus there will always be motion in time, but not one motion, because there is not one motion from all these. So that it is not possible there should be one motion infinite in time, except the motion which is in a circle. End of Book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 7 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. It is necessary that whatever is moved should be moved by something, for if it has not in itself the principle of motion, it is manifest that it is moved by something else. But if it has this principle in itself, let A, B be assumed as that which is moved, not because some part of this is moved. In the first place, therefore, to apprehend that A, B is moved by itself because the whole is moved, and this by nothing external, is just as if some one, because D, E, moves E, F, and E, F is itself moved, should apprehend that D, E, F is moved by itself because he does not perceive which of these is moved by the other, i.e., whether D, E is moved by E, F, or E, F by D, E. Farther still, that which is moved by itself will never cease to be moved, because something else which is moved stands still. It is necessary, therefore, if anything ceases to be moved because something else stands still, that this thing should be moved by something else. But this having become manifest, it is necessary that whatever is moved should be moved by something else. For since it has been assumed that A, B is moved, it will be divisible. Let it therefore be divided into A, C, and B, C. Hence it is necessary, when B, C is at rest, that A, B also should be at rest. For if not, let it be supposed to be moved. B, C, therefore, being at rest, A, C will be moved, and hence A, B will not be moved by itself. It was, however, supposed to be first moved by itself. It is evident, therefore, that C, B, being at rest, B, A also will be at rest, and will then cease to be moved. But if anything stands still and ceases to be moved because something else stands still, this will be moved by something else. It is evident, therefore, that everything which is moved by something, for everything which is moved is divisible, and the part being at rest, the whole also will be at rest. But since everything that is moved by something, it is also necessary that whatever is moved in place should be moved by another. Hence that which moves will be moved by another, since it is itself also moved, and again this will be moved by something else. Chapter 2. This, however, does not proceed to infinity, but it stops somewhere, and there will be something which will be primarily the cause of motion. For if it be not so, but there is a progression to infinity, let A be moved by B, B by C, and C by D. And after this manner, let there be a progression to infinity. Since, therefore, the mover is at the same time itself moved, it is evident that A and B will be at the same time moved. For B being moved, A also will be moved, and hence B being moved, C also will be moved, and C being moved, D will be moved. The motion, therefore, of A, B, and C, and of each of the rest, will take place at the same time. Hence we shall be able to assume each of these, for though each is moved by each, Nevertheless, there is a motion of each which is one in number, and not infinite with respect to boundaries, since whatever is moved from something into something. For it happens that there is either the same motion in number, or in genus, or in species. I call, therefore, that motion the same in number which proceeds from the same into the same in number, and in a time which is the same in number; as, for instance, from this white, which is one in number, into this black, according to this time, which is one in number. For if according to another time, there will no longer be one motion in number, but in species. But the motion is the same in genus, which is produced in the same category of substance, or of some other genus; and the motion is the same in species, which proceeds from the same thing in species to the same thing in species, as from white into black, or from good into evil. These things, however, have been spoken of before. Let the motion, therefore, of A be assumed, and let it be E; the motion of B, and let it be F; and the motion of C, D, and let it be G, H. Let the time also in which A is moved be K. Since, therefore, the motion of A is definite, the time also will be definite, and not infinite. But in the same time A and B were moved, and each of the rest. It happens, therefore, that the motion E, F, G, H, being infinite, will be accomplished in a finite time K. For in the time in which A was moved, all the rest in succession after A, and which are infinite, were moved, so that they will be moved in the same time; for either the motion of A will be equal to the motion of B, and to the motion of the rest, or it will be greater. It is, however, of no consequence, since it will entirely happen that an infinite motion will be effected in a finite time, which is impossible. Thus, therefore, that which was investigated from the beginning may appear to be demonstrated. It is not, however, because no absurdity happens; for it is possible that there may be an infinite motion in a finite time, yet not the same, but another and another, many and infinite things being moved, which also happens in the particulars now under consideration. But if it is necessary that that which is first moved according to place, and with a corporeal motion, should touch or be continued with the mover, as we see this happens to be the case in all things, from all the whole will be one, or continued. Let this, therefore, which may take place be assumed, and let the magnitude, or that which is continued, be A, B, C, D, and let the motion of this be E, F, G, H. But it is of no consequence whether it be finite or infinite; for in a finite time K, either that which is infinite, or that which is finite, will be similarly moved, and either of these is impossible. It is evident, therefore, that at some time or other it will stand still, and that the being moved by another will not always proceed to infinity, but that there will be something which will be first moved. But it ought not to be any objection that this has been demonstrated from something being supposed. For that which is possible being supposed, it is requisite that no absurdity should happen. Chapter 3. That, however, which first moves, not as that for the sake of which motion subsists, but as that whence the principle of motion is derived, exists together with that which is moved. I say together with, because nothing is between them, for this is common to everything which is moved, and which moves. But since there are three motions, viz. According to place, according to quantity, and according to quality, it is also necessary that the things which are moved should be three. The motion, therefore, according to place is lation, that according to quality, alliation, and that according to quantity, increase and diminution. In the first place, therefore, let us speak concerning lation, for this is the first of motions. Whatever, therefore, is borne along is either moved by itself or by another. Hence, with respect to such things as are moved by themselves, it is evident that in these the mover and the thing moved subsist together. For that which first moves is inherent in them, so that there is nothing between. But it is necessary that such things as are moved by another should be moved in a fourfold manner. For there are four species of lation which is produced by another, viz. Drawing, impelling, carrying, rolling, since all the motions according to place are reduced to these. For impulsion is a certain pushing, since that which pushes anything from itself follows the thing which it pushes. But repulsion is when the mover does not follow by moving. And throwing is when the mover produces a more vehement motion by which he drives a thing from himself than is produced by the natural lation of that thing, and when the thing is moved as long as the motion retains its power. Again, propulsion and compulsion are repulsion and drawing. For propulsion is repulsion, since it is a repulsion of a thing, either from itself or from another. But compulsion is drawing, for it is a drawing of a thing to itself and to another, so that whatever species there are of these motions, they ought to be referred to these, as for instance, the thickening of a web, spathesis, and weaving, for the former is compulsion, and the latter propulsion. In like manner, other commixtures and separations are to be referred to these, for all of them will be propulsions or compulsions, except such as are in generation and corruption. At the same time, too, it is evident that commixtures and separation are not any other genus of motion, for all of them are distributed into some of the above-mentioned motions. Farther still, inspiration is drawing, but expiration is pushing. In like manner also, excretion, ptusis, and such other motions as are produced through the body, by which anything is expelled or assumed, for these are drawings, but those repulsions. But it is also necessary to refer the other motions according to place, for all of them fall into these four. Again, of these motions, carrying and rolling are referred to drawing and pushing, for carrying subsists according to some one of these three modes. For that which is carried is moved according to accident, because it is in that which is moved, or upon something that is moved. But that which carries is moved either because it is pushed, or drawn, or rolled, so that carrying is common to all the three. But rolling is composed from drawing and pushing, for that which rolls must necessarily partly draw, and partly push, since it leads one part from itself, and another part to itself. Hence, if that which pushes and that which draws subsist together with that which is pushed and drawn, it is evident that there is nothing between that which is locally moved and that which locally moves. This also is evident from definitions, for pushing is a motion either from a thing itself or from something else to another. But drawing is the motion of a thing from another to itself, or to another, when the motion of that which draws is swifter and separates those things that are continuous. For thus the other is at the same time drawn. But perhaps there may appear to be a certain drawing after another manner, for wood draws fire not in this way. It is, however, of no consequence whether that which draws is moved or abides, for sometimes it draws where it is, and sometimes where it was. But it is impossible for a thing to move something from itself to another, or from another to itself, when it does not touch it. Hence it is evident that there is nothing between that which is locally moved and that which locally moves. Neither is there anything between that which is changed according to quality and that which changes it. But this is evident from induction, for in all things it happens that what changes the extreme according to quality, and that which is first so changed, subsist together, since these are the passions of the subject quality. For we say either that which is heated, or that which is sweetened, or that which is condensed, or that which is dried, or that which is whitened, is changed in quality in a similar manner, asserting this of the inanimate and the animated. And again, as well of the insensible parts of animals as of the senses themselves. For the senses also are in a certain respect changed in quality, since sense, which is in energy, is a motion through the body, sense being passively affected. With such things, therefore, as the inanimate is changed in quality, with these that which is animated is also so changed. But the inanimate is not changed in quality with all such things as that which is animated is changed, for they are not changed in quality according to the senses. And the one in being passively affected is latent, but the other is not latent. Nothing, however, hinders but that the animated nature may be latent, when the change in quality is not affected according to the senses. If, therefore, that which is changed in quality is so changed by sensibles, it is evident that in all these that which changes the extreme in quality and that which is first changed in quality subsist together. For to that the air is continuous, and body to air. And again, colour is continuous to light, and light to the sight. Hearing also and smelling subsist after the same manner, for the air is the first mover with respect to that which is moved. And in like manner in the taste, for juice subsists together with the taste. The like also happens in things inanimate, and which are deprived of sense, so that nothing will subsist between that which is changed and that which changes according to quality. Neither is there anything between that which is increased and that which increases, for that which first increases that which adheres to it, so as that the whole may become one. And again, that which is diminished in consequence of something departing from that which is diminished. It is necessary, therefore, that there should be a continuity in that which increases and that which is diminished, but in things continued there is nothing between. Hence it is evident that nothing subsists between that which is moved and that which moves, when they are first and last, with reference to that which is moved. Chapter 4. But that whatever is changed in quality is so changed by sensibles, and that change in quantity alone subsists in such things as are said to be essentially passive to sensibles, may from hence be surveyed. For some one may apprehend that the change in quality of other things especially subsists in figures, forms, and habits, and in the assumption and loss of these. But it is in neither, for of that which is figured, when it has arrived at perfection, we do not say it is that from which it derives its subsistence. Thus we do not say that the statue is brass, or that the pyramid is wax, or that the bed is wood. But paronymizing, we say that the first is brazen, the second waxen, and the third wooden. But we call that which has been passively affected and is changed in quality by the same name as before. For we say that a thing is dry and moist, hard and hot, and also that it is wax. And not only so, but we say that what is moist and what is hot is brass, calling the matter by the same name as the passion. So that if that which is made in which there is figure is not predicated according to figure and form, but is predicated according to passions and changes in quality, it is evident that these generations will not be changes in quality. Farther still, to speak thus may seem to be absurd, viz., either that a man or a house is changed in quality, or anything else that is generated. But perhaps it is necessary that everything should be generated, something being changed in quality, as for instance the matter being condensed, or rarefied, or heated, or refrigerated. Yet, nevertheless, things which are generated are not changed in quality, nor is the generation of them a change according to quality. Moreover, neither are the habits of the body, nor of the soul, changed according to quality. For of habits some are virtues, and others vices, but neither virtue nor vice is a change in quality. But virtue is a certain perfection, for when anything receives its proper virtue, it is then said to be perfect, for then a subsistence according to nature is especially present. Thus a circle is said to be perfect when it especially becomes the best circle, but vice is the corruption of, and departure from this. As, therefore, neither do we call the perfection of the house a change in quality, for it would be absurd that the roof and a tile should be changed according to quality, or that the house, when it receives a roof and is covered with tiles, should be changed in quality, and not rather be perfected. In like manner, in the virtues and vices, and in those who possess or receive them, the former are perfections, and the latter departures, and consequently are not changes in quality. Again, we say that all the virtues consist in being affected in a certain manner towards a certain thing. For we admit that the virtues of the body, such as health and a good bodily habit, consist in the temperament and symmetry of things hot and cold, either of the internal parts with respect to each other, or with reference to that which contains them. The like also takes place in beauty and strength, and the other virtues and vices, for each consists in being affected in a certain manner towards a certain thing, and well or ill disposes its possessor with respect to appropriate passions. But appropriate passions are said to be those things by which anything is naturally adapted to be generated and corrupted. Since, therefore, relatives are not themselves changes according to quality, and there is not either a change in quality or generation, or in short any mutation of them, it is evident that neither are habits, nor the loss and assumption of habits, changes according to quality. But perhaps it is necessary that these should be generated and corrupted, certain things being changed in quality, just as the form and morphe, for instance, of things hot and cold, or dry and moist, or in those things in which they are first inherent. For every vice and virtue is said to subsist in those things by which the possessor is naturally adapted to be changed in quality. For virtue produces the impassive, or passivity, in such a manner as is proper, but vice produces the passive and the impassive in a contrary manner. The like also takes place in the habits of the soul, for all these consist in being affected in a certain way towards a certain thing. And the virtues indeed are perfections, but the vices egressions. Farther still, virtue well disposes, but vice ill disposes, towards appropriate passions, so that neither will these be changes in quality, nor the loss and assumption of them. But it is necessary that these should be generated, the sensitive part being changed in quality, and it is changed in quality by sensibles. For all ethical virtue is conversant with corporeal pleasures and pains, and these consist either in action, or in memory, or in hope. Some of these pleasures, therefore, consist in the energy of sense, so that the sense is moved by some sensible object, but others consist in memory and hope, and derive their being from energizing according to these. For men are delighted either from recollecting the manner in which they have been affected, or from the hope of what they expect. So that all such pleasure is necessarily produced by sensible objects. But since, when pleasure and pain are produced, vice also and virtue are produced, for they are conversant with these, and since pleasures and pains are changes in quality of the sensitive part, it is evident that something being changed in quality, these also must necessarily be lost and obtained. Again, the generation of these is attended with change in quality, but it is not itself a change in quality. Moreover, neither are the habits of the intellective part of the soul changes in quality, for that which possesses scientific knowledge especially pertains to things which are predicated as relations. But this is manifest, for science is not ingenerated in us in consequence of our being moved according to any power, but it is generated when something is inherent. For from partial experience we acquire, in a certain respect, universal science. Neither, therefore, is energy generation, unless it should be said that beholding and touching are generations, for energy is a thing of this kind. Again, there is not generation of use and energy, unless some one should fancy that there is a generation of beholding and touching. And to energize is similar to these. But the first acquisition of science is not indeed generation, nor changing quality, since for the Dianoetic part to have rested and stood still is, we say, to possess scientific knowledge and prudence. There is not, however, a generation to resting, for there is not, in short, a generation of any mutation, as was before observed. Farther still, as when from intoxication, or sleep, or disease, any one is changed into the contraries to these, we do not say that he again becomes scientifically knowing, though it was impossible, prior to this, that he could use science. So neither when any one first acquires habit, for in consequence of the soul becoming established by ethical virtue, something becomes prudent and scientifically knowing. Hence, children can neither understand nor judge according to the senses equally as well as elderly persons, for there is in them much perturbation and motion. But they become steady and are liberated from this perturbation, sometimes by nature and sometimes by other things. This, however, happens in both in consequence of certain things being changed according to quality in the body, as in excitation and energy, when any one becomes sober and is roused from intoxication. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that to be changed in quality and a change in quality is effected in sensibles, and the sensitive part of the soul, but not in anything else except according to accident. Chapter 5. Some one, however, may doubt whether every motion may be compared with every motion or not. If, therefore, every motion may be compared, and that is equally swift, which in an equal time is moved through an equal space, there will be some periphery equal to, and also greater and less than a right line. Again, change in quality and a certain lation will be equal, when in an equal time the one is changed in quality, and the other has completed its motion. Hence there will be a passive quality equal to length. This, however, is impossible. But when a thing is moved in an equal time through an equal space, it is then said to be equally swift. But passive quality is not equal to length, so that change in quality is neither equal to nor less than lation. All motion, therefore, cannot be compared. But in what manner will it happen in a circle and a right line? For it would be absurd not to admit that this thing can be similarly moved in a circle and that in a right line. But it is immediately necessary that it should be moved either more swiftly or more slowly, just as if the one should be in a declivity and the other in an acclivity. Farther still, it is of no consequence with reference to this reason, if it should be said it is necessary for it immediately to be moved swifter or slower. For the periphery will be greater and lesser than a right line, so that it will also be equal to a right line. For if in the time A the one should pass through the line B, and the other the line C, the line B will be greater than the line C, for thus it was said to be swifter. If, therefore, in a less time it passes through an equal space, it will be swifter, so that there will be a certain part of the time A in which the movable B will pass through a part equal to the circle, and the movable C in the whole time A will pass through the line C. If, however, the motions may be compared, that will happen which was just now observed, viz., that a right line is equal to a circle. But these two cannot be compared, and therefore the motions are not comparable. All such things, however, as are not homonymous may be compared. Thus, for instance, why is not a comparison to be made which is the more sharp, a pen, or wine, or the lowest chord, nete? The answer is, because they are homonymous, they cannot be compared. But the nete may be compared with the paranete, or the chord next to the lowest, because the acute signifies the same thing in both. Whether, therefore, does the swift not signify the same thing here and there? But much less in change according to quality and lation. Or, in the first place, indeed, shall we say, this is not true, that if they are not homonymous, they may be compared. For the much signifies the same thing in water and air, and yet these cannot be compared. But if this is not the case, yet the double signifies the same thing, for it is the ratio of 2 to 1, and these do not admit of comparison. Or shall we say that in these there is the same ratio? For the much also is homonymous. But of some things the definitions also are homonymous, as if some one should say that the much is so much, and something else besides, but the so much and the equal are homonymous. Unity, indeed, is perhaps immediately homonymous, and if unity, also too. Since why do some things admit of comparison, and others not? If there was one nature, is it because they are in another first recipient? A horse, therefore, and a dog admit of comparison, with respect to which is the more white. For that in which whiteness is first inherent is the same, viz. Superficies. After the same manner also things may be compared according to magnitude. But water and voice cannot be compared, because they are in different subjects. Or is it not manifest that thus it may be possible to make all things to be one, and to say that each subsists in another, and the same thing will be equal, sweet, and white, but in something else? Farther still, not anything whatever is a recipient, but there is one first recipient of one thing. Shall we say, therefore, it is not only requisite that things which may be compared should not be homonymous, but also that neither that which is compared, nor that in which it is inherent, should possess a difference? I say, for instance, colour possesses a difference or division. There is not, therefore, anything which may be compared according to this, as, for instance, whether it is more coloured, not according to a certain colour, but so far as it is colour. It may, however, be compared according to whiteness. Thus also in motion that is said to be equally swift which is moved in an equal time through so much equal. If, therefore, in this time a part of a magnitude is changed in quality, and a part has been locally moved, will the change in quality be equal and equally swift with the lation? But this would be absurd, and this because motion has species. Hence, if those things which are locally moved in an equal time, through an equal length are equally swift, a right and a circular line will be equal. Whether, therefore, is this because Latian is a genus, or because a line is a genus? For time is the same, being always indivisible in species. Or shall we say that they at the same time differ in species? For Latian has species, if that has species in which it is moved. Again, is local motion divided into species by reason of the instruments through which it is affected? As, for instance, if feet are the instruments, will it be walking? If wings, flying? Or is it not so, but Latian is different from figures only? So that things which are moved through the same magnitude in an equal time are equally swift. But it is the same magnitude which has no specific difference, and in a similar manner the motion is the same, not being divided into species. So that this is to be considered, what the difference is of motion. And our present discourse indicates that genus is not one certain thing, but that it latently contains many things in itself. But of things homonymous, some are very much distant, others possess a certain similitude, and others are near, either in genus or in analogy. On which account, though they are homonymous, yet they do not appear to be so. When, therefore, is the species different? Is it when the same is in another, or when another is in another? And what is the definition? Or by what shall we judge that the white and the sweet are the same or different? Is it because a different species appears to be in another? Or because, in short, it is not the same? With respect to change in quality, therefore, how is one equally swift with another? If, indeed, to acquire health is to be changed in quality, and it is possible that one person may acquire health swifter than another, it is also possible that certain persons may acquire health, so that change according to quality is equally swift. For it is changed according to quality in an equal time. But what is changed in quality? For the equal is not predicated here. But as is equality in quantity, so is similitude here. Let, however, the same thing which is changed in an equal time be equally swift. Whether, therefore, is it requisite to compare that in which the passion is, or the passion itself? Here, indeed, it may be assumed that there is the same health, or neither more nor less, but similarly inherent. But if the passion is different, as, for instance, that which becomes white is changed in quality, and also that which acquires health, in these there is nothing the same, nor equal, nor similar, so far as these make the species of change in quality. Nor is there one change in quality only, as neither is there one Latian. Hence it must be assumed how many species there are of change in quality, and how many species of Latian. If, therefore, those things which are moved differ in species, viz., those things of which the motions are essential and not according to accident, if this be the case, the motions also will be specifically different. But if they differ in genus, the motions will be generically, and if in number, numerically different. Is it, however, necessary to look to passive quality, whether it be the same or similar, if changes in quality are equally swift? Or to that which is changed in quality, as, for instance, if so much of this is whitened, but so much of that, or to both? And change in quality, indeed, is the same or different by reason of passive quality, if passive quality is the same or different. But change in quality is equal or unequal, if passive quality is equal or unequal. In generation also and corruption, the same thing must be considered, viz., how generation is equally swift, if in an equal time the same thing and an individual are generated, as, for instance, man, but not animal, and how it is swifter, if a different thing is generated in an equal time. For we have not any two things in which there is diversity, as there is dissimilitude. And if essence is number, a greater or a lesser number is of the same species. But that which is common is anonymous, and also each, just as the passive quality which is more abundant or exceeds is said to be more, but the quantity is said to be greater. 6. Since, however, that which moves always moves something, and in something, and as far as to something, but I say in something because it moves in time, and as far as to something because it moves through a certain quantity of length, for it always at the same time has moved and moves, so that the thing which has been moved will be a certain quantity and in quantity. If, therefore, A is that which moves, but B that which is moved, the length through which it is moved, C, and the time in which it is moved, D, in an equal time indeed, an equal force A will move the half of B through a length the double of C, but it will move through the length C in half the time D, for thus there will be proportion. And if the same force moves the same weight in this time through such a length, it will move through half the length in half the time, and half the force will move half the weight in an equal time through an equal space. Thus let the half of the force A be E, and let the half of the weight B be F. They will therefore be similarly affected, and the force will be analogous to the weight, so that they will move through an equal space in an equal time. And if E moves the weight F in the time D through the length C, it is not necessary that E should move in an equal time the double of the weight F through half the length C. If, therefore, A will move the weight B in the time D through the length C, the half of A, i.e. E, will not on that account move the weight B in the time D, nor in a certain part of the time D will it move through a certain part of the length C, or which has the same ratio to the whole length C, as the force A to the force E. For in short, it may happen that it will move through no part of the space. For if the whole force moves through so much length, half the force will not on that account move through as much length, nor in any time, since if this were admitted, one man might move a ship if the force of those who draw it should be numerically divided, and should also be divided into the length through which all those that draw the ship move. Hence the assertion of Zeno is not true, that any part whatever of a grain of millet emits a sound. For nothing hinders this from moving in no time in the air, which the whole bushel in falling moved. Neither, therefore, will this part of the grain of millet move as great a part, if it is by itself, as it moved together with the whole, since neither is any part in the whole, unless in capacity. But if there are two things, and each of these moves each of the weights through so much space in so much time, the conjoined forces also will move that which is composed from the weights through an equal length and in an equal time, for there is proportion. Is therefore this also the case in change according to quality and increase? For there is something which increases, and something which is increased. But in so much time, and according to so much magnitude, the one increases and the other is increased. That also which changes in quality, and that which is changed in quality in a similar manner according to something, or according to some quantity, are more or less changed in quality, and also in so much time, the double in a double time, and in a double time the double, the half in half the time, or in half the time the half, or the double in an equal time. But if that which changes in quality or increases, either increases or changes, so much in so much time, it is not necessary that the half also should increase or change in quality in half the time, and in half the time the half, but perhaps it will change in quality or increase in no part, as is the case in weight. End of Book 7. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 8 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Whether, however, was motion once generated, not having a subsistence before, and will it again perish, so that nothing will be moved? Or was it neither generated, nor will be corrupted, but always was, and always will be? And is this present with things as something immortal and unceasing, being as it were a certain life to all things which have a natural subsistence? That motion therefore is, all those assert who say anything concerning nature, because they fabricate the world, and all these speculate concerning generation and corruption, which could not subsist unless motion had a being. Those too who assert that there are infinite worlds, and that some of these worlds are generated and others corrupted, these say that motion always is, for it is necessary that the generations and corruptions of them should be accompanied with motion. But such as assert that there is one world, or that it is not always, these admit concerning motion what is conformable to that opinion. If therefore it be possible that once nothing was moved, it is necessary that this must have happened in a twofold respect. For it must either be, as Anaxagoras says, viz., that all things subsisting together, and being at rest in an infinite time, intellect produced and separated motion, or as Empedocles says, that things were alternately moved and at rest, being moved indeed when friendship made one from many things, or strife many from one, and at rest in the intervening times. For he says as follows, quote, as far as one from many was produced, or many to the one their being owed, so far these natures generated were, nor firm eternity in them abides. But so far as for ever they are changed, nor cease at once to exist, for ever they immovable alternately remain. Close quote. For by the words, so far as they are changed, we must conceive that he means hither and thither. With respect to these things, therefore, we must consider how they subsist. For to perceive the truth respecting them not only contributes to the contemplation concerning nature, but also to the method which pertains to the first principle. But we shall first begin from things which have been before defined by us in the Physics. We say, therefore, that motion is the perfect energy of that which is movable, so far as it is movable. Hence it is necessary that things should be present which are capable of being moved according to each motion. And without the definition of motion, every one must acknowledge it to be necessary that what is able to be moved should be moved according to each motion, as, for instance, that what is capable of being changed in quality should be changed in quality, and that what can be locally changed should be borne along. Hence it is necessary that what is capable of being burnt should be prior to that which is burnt, and that which has the power of burning to that which burns. It is necessary, therefore, either that these should have been once generated, there being a time when they were not, or that they should be perpetual. If, however, each of those things which can move and be moved is generated, it is necessary that another mutation and motion should be generated prior to the mutation which is assumed, according to which that is generated which is able to be moved, or to move. But if they always had a prior subsistence, motion not existing, an absurdity will immediately appear to the intelligent. And to those who proceed still further, this will be found to happen by a yet greater necessity. For if, since some things are movable and others motive, there is at any time something which first moves, and something which is first moved, and if at another time there is nothing which moves, but it is at rest, it is necessary that this should have been previously changed. For there was some cause of its rest, since rest is a privation of motion, so that there will be a mutation prior to the first mutation. For some things move according to one motion, but others according to contrary motions. Thus fire heats indeed, but does not refrigerate. But science appears to be one of things contrary. Hence there also something similar appears, for the cold heats, being turned in a certain respect, and having departed, just as he who possesses scientific knowledge willingly errs, when he improperly uses science. Such things, however, as are able to act and suffer, or to move and to be moved, are not entirely able to effect this, but then only when they subsist in this manner and are near to each other. Hence, when they approach near, the one moves and the other is moved, and when they are so circumstanced that the one is motive and the other movable. If, therefore, it was not always moved, it is evident that they were not so affected as that the one could be moved and the other could move. But it was necessary that one of them should be changed. For it is necessary that this should happen in things which have a relative subsistence. Thus, if a thing not having been double is now double, if not both, at least one of them must have been changed. There will therefore be a certain mutation prior to the first, to which may be added, how will there be prior and posterior time not having a subsistence, or how will there be time, motion not existing? But if time is the number of motion, or a certain motion, if time always is, it is necessary that motion also should be perpetual. Concerning time, however, all philosophers except one appear to accord, for they say that it is unbegotten. On this account Democritus shows that it is impossible for all things to have been generated, because time is unbegotten. But Plato alone generates time, for he says that it was generated together with the universe, and that the universe is generated. If, therefore, it is impossible for time to be, and to be conceived without the now, but the now is a certain middle, possessing at the same time the beginning and the end, the beginning indeed of the future time and the end of the past, it is necessary that time should always be. For the extremity of the last time which is assumed will be in some now, since nothing can be assumed in time besides the now. So that since the now is both a beginning and an end, it is necessary that time should always be on each side of the now. But if time, it is evident that motion also must necessarily always exist, since time is a certain passion of motion. The same reasoning likewise will prove that motion is incorruptible. For as, if it be admitted that motion was generated, it will happen that there was a certain mutation prior to the first, so here it will happen that there is a mutation posterior to the last. For a thing will not at the same time cease to be movable and to be moved, or to be capable of being burnt and to be burnt. For that may be capable of being burnt which is not burnt, nor to be motive and to move. But it will be requisite that what is capable of being corrupted should have been corrupted when it is corrupted, and again afterwards that which has the power of corrupting this, for corruption is a certain mutation. If, therefore, these things are impossible, it is evident that motion is perpetual, and not sometimes in existence and sometimes not. For thus to speak rather resembles a fiction than anything else, as also to assert that it is thus naturally adapted, and that it is necessary to consider this as a principle, which Empedocles appears to have asserted, who says that it is necessarily inherent in things that friendship and strife should alternately govern and move, and that they should be at rest in the intermediate time. Perhaps also those who make one principle, as Anaxagoras, would assert the same thing. Nothing, however, among those things which consist from and according to nature is deprived of order, for nature is to all things the cause of order. But the infinite has no ratio to the infinite, and all order is ratio. That anything, however, should have been at rest for an infinite time, and afterwards should have been once moved, and that with respect to this there should be no difference, why it happened now rather than before, and again that it should have no order, this is no longer the work of nature, for that which subsists by nature either subsists simply and not differently at different times, as fire is naturally carried upwards, and not at one time and at another not, or it has a ratio which is not simple. Hence it is better to say with Empedocles, and any other who may assert the same thing, that the universe is alternately at rest and in motion. For now a thing of this kind possesses a certain order. He, however, who asserts this ought also to assign the cause of what he says, and not adopt any axiom without a reason, nor expect that it should be granted him, but he should either employ induction or demonstration. For the things which Empedocles supposes are not causes, nor is this the essence of friendship or strife, but it is the province of the former to conjoin, and of the latter to separate. If also it is added that they have dominion alternately, it should be shown in what particulars this happens, as for instance, because there is something which unites men, viz. Friendship, and enemies avoid each other. For this is also supposed to be in the universe, because it thus appears to be in certain things. His assertion, likewise, that this happens in equal times requires a certain reason. And in short, to think that this is a sufficient principle, viz. That it either always is, or is always generated, this is not right, to which Democritus refers natural causes, because they were thus, and prior to this generated. But he does not think that the principle of eternity should be investigated, in some things speaking rightly, but because he asserts this of all things not rightly. For a triangle has always angles equal to 2 right, but at the same time there is a certain other cause of this perpetuity. Of principles, however, there is no other cause, since they are eternal. That there neither was, therefore, nor will be a time when motion was not, or will not be, has been thus far shown. Chapter 2. But it is not difficult to solve the arguments which oppose what we have said. The following considerations may indeed induce some to think that motion once was, when before it had not any subsistence. First, because no mutation is perpetual. For all mutation is naturally adapted to proceed from something into something, so that it is necessary there should be a boundary of all mutation, viz. The contraries in which it is produced, and that nothing should be moved to infinity. Farther still, we see that a thing may be moved which neither is moved, nor possesses in itself any motion, as in a thing inanimate, which, when neither any part nor the whole of it is moved, but is at rest, is sometimes moved. But it is fit that a thing should either always or never be moved, if motion is not generated, when it had not any subsistence before. A thing of this kind, however, is much more evident in animated natures. For sometimes, when there is no motion in us, but we are at rest, at the same time we are sometimes moved, and the principle of motion is sometimes ingenerated in us, from ourselves, though nothing external moves us. For we do not similarly perceive this in things inanimate, but something else which is external always moves them. But we say that an animal moves itself, so that if at any time the whole is at rest, motion can be produced from itself in the immovable, and not externally. If, therefore, this can be effected in an animal, what should hinder but that it may also happen in the universe? For if it takes place in the microcosm, it may likewise in the great world, and if in the world, also in the infinite, if it be possible for the whole infinite to be moved and be at rest. Of these arguments, however, the first, that there is not always one and the same motion in number, which tends to opposites, is rightly asserted. For this perhaps is necessary if the motion of one and the same thing cannot always be one and the same in number. I say, for instance, whether there is one and the same sound of one chord, or always another, when the chord subsists and is moved similarly. At the same time, however, in whatever manner this may take place, nothing hinders but that there may be some motion which is one and the same, because it is continued and eternal. This, however, will be more manifest from what will hereafter follow. But there is no absurdity in admitting that a thing may be moved which was not moved before, if that which moves externally is at one time present, and at another not. But how this can take place must be investigated. I say then, it must take place in such a manner that the same thing may be at one time moved, and at another not, by the same thing which has the power of moving. For he who says this doubts nothing else than why some things are not always at rest, and others in motion. But the third argument may especially appear to be dubious, being that which happens in animated natures, as if motion was ingenerated in these, when it was not inherent before. For that which was before at rest afterwards walks, nothing external moving, as it appears. This, however, is false, for we always see something connascent moved in an animal. The animal itself, however, is not the cause of this motion, but perhaps that which surrounds it. But we say that the animal moves itself not according to every motion, but that which is according to place. Nothing, therefore, hinders, but perhaps it is more necessary that many motions should be generated in the body by that which surrounds it, that some of these should be produced by the dianoetic power or appetite, and that this should move the whole animal. Just as it happens in sleep, for then no sensitive motion being inherent, though a certain motion is inherent, animals are again excited. These things, however, will be manifest from what follows. Chapter 3. But the beginning of the consideration will be that which was the beginning of the doubt already mentioned, viz., why some things are at one time moved, and at another again at rest. It is necessary, therefore, either that all things should always be at rest, or that all things should always be moved, or that some things should be moved and others be at rest. And again, of these it is necessary either that those things which are moved should always be moved, and those things which are at rest always be at rest, or that all things should be naturally adapted to be similarly moved, and be at rest, or that which remains, and which is the third thing, is necessary, for it happens that some things are always immovable, that some are always moved, and that others participate of both these, which is what we assert to be the case. For this contains a solution of all the doubts, and is the end to us of this treatise. To assert, therefore, that all things are at rest, and to investigate the reason of this, laying aside sense, is a certain infirmity of the dianoetic power. The doubt likewise is about a certain whole, and not about a part. Nor is it only adverse to the natural philosopher, but likewise to all the sciences, as I may say, and to all opinions, because all of them use motion. Again, as the objections about principles, for instance in mathematical discussions, are of no consequence to the mathematician, and in a similar manner also in other things, so neither is the objection about what is now said of any consequence to the natural philosopher. For the hypothesis with him is that nature is a principle of motion. To assert, however, that all things are moved is nearly false indeed, but is less foreign from this method. For in physics it is supposed that nature is a principle as of motion, so likewise of rest. At the same time, however, motion is a natural thing. Some also assert that it is not true that some things are moved and others not, but that all things are moved, and always, but that this is concealed from our sense. To these, however, though they do not define what the motion is of which they speak, or whether they speak of all motions, it is not difficult to reply. For things can neither be increased nor diminished continually, but there is also a medium. This assertion, however, is similar to that in which it is said that stones are worn away by a drop of water and are divided by plants germinating from them. For it does not follow that if a drop of water rubs off or carries away a certain portion of the stone, it, prior to this, rubbed off or carried away the half of such a portion in half the time. But as in drawing a ship along, in like manner so many drops move so much of the stone. A part of them, however, does not move so much in any time. Hence that which is taken away is divided indeed into many parts, but no one of them is moved separately, but they are all moved together. It is evident, therefore, that it is not necessary that something should always depart, because the diminution may be divided to infinity, but the whole will some time or other depart. The like also takes place in any kind whatever of alliation. For it does not follow that if that which can be changed in quality may be infinitely divided, on this account alliation also may be divided to infinity, but it is frequently produced collectively, as in the instance of concretion. Farther still, when any one has been ill, it is necessary that there should have been a time when he recovered his health, and that he should not have been changed in the end of the time. It is also necessary that he should have been changed into health, and not into anything else, so that to assert that a thing is continually changed in quality is to doubt about things which are very apparent. For alliation is into that which is contrary, and a stone neither becomes harder nor softer. With respect to lation, it is admirable if a stone is latent which is carried downwards, or which remains on the earth. Again, earth and each of the other elements necessarily remain in their proper places, and are moved from these by violence. If, therefore, some of these are in their proper places, it is necessary that neither should all things be locally moved. That it is impossible, therefore, either that all things should be always moved, or that all things should be always at rest, may be believed from these and other arguments of a similar kind. Neither likewise is it possible that some things should always be at rest, but others always be moved, and that nothing should at one time be at rest and at another time be moved. But it must be said that this is impossible, as well in things which have been before mentioned, as in these. For we see that the mutations already enumerated take place in the same things. Besides, he who doubts of this opposes the phenomena, for there will neither be increase nor violent motion, unless that which was before at rest is moved contrary to nature. This assertion, therefore, subverts generation and corruption. To be moved, likewise, nearly appears to all men to be nothing else than for something to be generated and corrupted, for it becomes that, or in that, into which it is changed, but not that from which it is changed, or from whence it is corrupted. Hence it is evident that some things are moved, and others are sometimes at rest. But to think fit to assert that all things are sometimes moved and sometimes at rest, this must be conjoined to the reasons above adduced. We must, however, again begin from the things now defined, and from which also we begun before. For either all things are at rest, or all things are moved, or some things are at rest, but others are moved. And if some things are at rest, but others are moved, it is necessary either that all things should sometimes be at rest and sometimes be moved, or that some things should always be at rest and others always be moved, or that some things should sometimes be at rest and sometimes be moved. That it is not possible, therefore, that all things can be at rest has been said before, and we shall also now assert. For if it were in reality so as some say, viz., that being is infinite and immovable, yet this is not apparent to sense, but many beings are moved. If, therefore, there is false opinion, or in short opinion, there is also motion. This is also the case if there is imagination, though at one time it may appear to subsist in this manner, and at another differently. For imagination and opinion appear to be certain motions. To consider, however, about these things, and to investigate a reason in things in which we are better affected than to require a reason, is nothing else than to judge badly of the better and the worse, of that which is credible and of that which is not credible, and of principle and that which is not a principle. In a similar manner it is impossible that all things should be moved, or that some things should always be moved, and others always be at rest, for one credible argument is sufficient against all these. Since we see some things at one time in motion, and at another at rest. Hence it is evident that it is similarly impossible for all things to be at rest, and for all things to be moved continually, as it is for some things to be always moved, and others to be always at rest. It remains therefore to consider whether all things are of such a kind as to be moved and to be at rest, or whether some things subsist in this manner, but some are always at rest, and some are always moved, for this must be shown by us. Chapter 4. Of things, therefore, which move and are moved, some move and are moved according to accident, but others essentially. According to accident, indeed, such as are inherent in movers, or the things moved, and such as have the relation of a part. But such things move and are moved essentially, as move and are moved, not because they are inherent in that which moves or is moved, nor because a certain part of them moves or is moved. Of those things, however, which are moved essentially, some are moved by themselves, and others by something else, and some by nature, but others by violence, and contrary to nature. For that which is moved by itself is moved by nature, as, for instance, every animal, since an animal is moved by itself. But of such things as contain in themselves the principle of motion, of these we say that they are moved by nature. Hence the whole animal, indeed, itself moves itself by nature, but the body happens to be moved by and contrary to nature. For it is of consequence with what kind of motion it may happen to be moved, and from what element it consists. Of those things also which are moved by something else, some are moved by nature, but others contrary to nature. Contrary to nature, indeed, as terrestrial things when moved upward, and fire downward. Again, the parts of animals are frequently moved contrary to nature on account of positions and modes of motion. And it is especially obvious that a thing which is moved by something, in things which are moved contrary to nature, in consequence of the being moved by something else being evident. But after things which are moved contrary to nature, among such as are moved according to nature, those are more manifest which are moved by themselves, as animals. For this is not immanifest whether they are moved by something, but the obscurity consists in the manner in which it is necessary to distinguish the mover and the thing moved. For it seems that, as in ships and things which have not a natural subsistence, so likewise in animals, that which moves and that which is moved are divided from each other, and that the whole thus moves itself. But it may be especially doubted concerning the remaining member of the last mentioned division. For of things which are moved by another, some we have considered as being moved contrary to nature, but others remain to be opposed because they are moved by nature. And these last are the things which may occasion a doubt by what they are moved, as for instance things light and heavy. for these are moved by violence to opposite places, but to their proper places naturally. The light indeed upward, and the heavy downward. But it is no longer apparent by what they are moved, as it is when they are moved contrary to nature. For it is impossible to say that they are moved by themselves, since this is vital, and the peculiarity of animated natures. They would also be able to stop themselves. I say, for instance, if anything is the cause to itself of walking, it will also be the cause to itself of not walking, so that since it is in the power of fire to tend upward, it is evident that it is also in its power to tend downward. It is also absurd to suppose that they should be moved with one motion only by themselves, if they themselves move themselves. Again, how is it possible that anything continued and connascent can move itself? For so far as it is one and continued, but not by contact, so far it is impassive. So far, however, as they are separated, so far the one is naturally adapted to act, and the other to suffer. Neither, therefore, will any one of these move itself, for they are connascent, nor can this be asserted of anything else which is continued. But it is necessary that in everything that which moves should be divided from that which is moved, as we see in things inanimate, when anything animated moves them. It happens, however, that these are always moved by something, and this will become evident to those who divide causes. What is asserted also may be assumed in motive natures, for some things are motive contrary to their own nature. Thus a lever has not naturally a power of moving a weight, but others are naturally motive. Thus that which is hot in energy is motive of that which is hot in capacity. The like also takes place in other things of a similar kind. Thus, too, that which is movable by nature, which in capacity possesses quality or quantity, or somewhere, when it has such a principle as this in itself, and not according to accident. For the same thing may possess quantity and quality, but the one happens to the other, and is not essentially inherent. Fire, therefore, and earth are moved by something. By violence, indeed, when they are moved contrary to nature, but naturally, when, being in capacity, they are moved to their own energies. Since, however, a subsistence in capacity is multifariously predicated, this is the cause why things of this kind do not appear to be moved by anything, as, for instance, fire upward, and earth downward. But he who learns is in a different way in capacity from him who is scientific, and who now possesses science, and does not theorize. Always, however, when the agent and patient subsist together, that which is in capacity becomes in energy. Thus he who learns, from being in capacity, becomes something else in capacity. For he who possesses science and does not theorize is in a certain respect scientific in capacity, but not as he was before he learnt. But when he thus subsists, unless something impedes, he energizes and contemplates, or he would be in contradiction and ignorance. These things also similarly take place in natural things. For that which is cold is in capacity hot, but when it is changed, it is now fire and burns, unless something prohibits and impedes. The like also happens about the heavy and the light. For that which is light becomes so from the heavy, as for instance air from water, for it was first this in capacity, and now is light, and immediately energizes unless something impedes. But the energy of a light thing is to be somewhere, and to be in the upper region, but it is impeded when it is in a contrary place. This likewise similarly happens in quantity and quality. This also may be investigated why things light and heavy are moved to their proper places. The cause of this, however, is that they are naturally somewhere, and this is the very being of what is light and heavy, the essence of the former being defined by existing in the upper, and of the latter by existing in the downward region. But things are light and heavy in capacity multifariously, as we have already observed. For when a thing is water, it is in a certain respect light in capacity, and when it is air, it is still incapacity, because it may happen that, being impeded, it is not in the upward region. But if that which impedes is taken away, then it energizes and always tends upward. In like manner, that which possesses quality changes into a subsistence in energy. For he who possesses science immediately theorizes unless something impedes, and that which possesses quantity is extended unless something prevents. But he who removes that which supports and impedes, in a certain respect moves, and in a certain respect does not, as is the case with him who withdraws a pillar or takes away a stone from a bladder in water. For he moves accidentally, just as a ball, when rebounding, is not moved by the wall, but by him who threw it. It is evident, therefore, that no one of these things moves itself, but possesses the principle of motion, not indeed of moving or acting, but of suffering. But if all movable natures are either moved by nature or contrary to nature, and by violence, and if all things which are moved by violence and contrary to nature are moved by something and by another, and again, if those things which are moved by nature, as well those which are moved by themselves, as those not moved by themselves, as things heavy and light, are moved by something, for they are either moved by that which generates and makes the light and heavy, or by that which removes things that impede and prevent, if this be the case, whatever is moved by something. End of chapter 4 of book 8. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 5 of book 8 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 5. This, however, takes place in a twofold respect, for either it is not through that which itself moves, but through something else which moves the mover, or it is through itself, and this is either the first after the last, or it moves through many media. Thus a staff moves a stone, and is moved by a hand, which is moved by a man, but man no longer moves because he is moved by something else. We say, therefore, that both move, as well that which is the last as that which is the first of the movers. But that is more a mover which is the first, for it moves that which is the last mover, but this does not move the first. And without the first mover indeed, the last will not move, but the first will move without the last. Thus a staff will not move unless a man moves it. If, therefore, it is necessary that everything which is moved should be itself moved by something, it is also necessary that it should either be moved by that which is moved by another, or that it should not be moved by it. And if it is moved by that which is moved by another, it is necessary that there should be some first mover, which is not moved by anything else. But if the first mover is a thing of this kind, it is not necessary that the other likewise should be so. For it is impossible that a thing which moves, and which is itself moved by another, should proceed to infinity, since of infinites there is no first. If, therefore, everything which is moved by something, but that which first moves is indeed moved, yet not by another, it is necessary that it should itself be moved by itself. Again, it is possible also to discuss this affair as follows. Everything which moves something, and through something, for that which moves either moves through itself or through another. Thus a man moves either through himself or through a staff, and the wind throws something down either by itself or through a stone which it impels. But it is impossible for that which moves to move without that which moves from itself. If, however, a thing moves itself from itself, it is not necessary that there should be something else through which it moves. But if that through which it moves is something different, there is something which moves not from anything else, but from itself, or there will be a procession to infinity. If, therefore, something moves being moved, it is necessary to stop and not proceed to infinity. For if a staff moves in consequence of being moved by a hand, the hand moves the staff. But if through this it moves something else, there is also something else which moves this. Since, however, it always moves something else through something, it is necessary that should be prior which itself moves itself. If, therefore, this is indeed moved, but there is not anything else which moves it, it is necessary that it should move itself. Hence, according to this reasoning, either that which is moved is immediately moved by that which moves itself, or some time or other it will arrive at a thing of this kind. In addition to what has been said, to those who consider, the following particulars also will be found to happen. For if everything which is moved by that which is moved, either this will be inherent in things accidentally, so as for that which is moved to move, yet not because it is itself moved, or it will not be inherent in things from accident, but essentially. In the first place, therefore, if it is inherent accidentally, it is not necessary for that which is moved also to be moved. And if this is admitted, it is evident that it may be possible some time or other that nothing may be moved. For accident is not necessary, but may not exist. If, therefore, we admit that to be which is possible, nothing impossible will happen, but perhaps that which is false. But for motion not to exist is impossible, for it was before demonstrated that it is necessary motion should always exist. And this happens conformably to reason. For it is necessary that there should be three things, viz., that which is moved, that which moves, and that by which it moves. With respect to that which is moved, therefore, it is necessary indeed that it should be moved, but it is not necessary that it should move. But with respect to that by which it moves, it is necessary that it should both move and be moved. For this is co-changed, since it subsists at the same time, and according to the same with that which is moved, as is evident in things which are locally moved. For it is necessary that they should thus touch each other, as far as to a certain thing. But that which moves, so as not to be that by which it moves, is immovable. Since, however, we see that which is last, which indeed may be moved, but does not possess the principle of motion, and since we also see that which is moved indeed, but by another and not by itself, it is reasonable, not to say necessary, that there should be a third thing which moves, being immovable. Hence Anaxagoras also speaks rightly when he says that intellect is impassive and unmingled, because he makes intellect to be the principle of motion. For thus alone can it move, being immovable, and have dominion, being unmingled. If, however, that which moves is not moved according to accident, but from necessity, and if unless it is moved it will not move, it is necessary that that which moves, so far as it is moved, should either be so moved as to be moved according to the same or a different species of motion. I say, for instance, either that which heats must also be itself heated, and that which imparts health must also be made healthy, and that which carries must be itself carried, or that which imparts health must be carried, and that which carries must be increased. It is evident, however, that this is impossible, for it is necessary to speak dividing as far as to individuals, just as if something should teach how to geometrize. This same thing should also be taught to geometrize. Or if anything throws, that it should also be thrown according to the same mode of throwing, or not in this manner indeed, but a different thing from a different genus, as, for instance, for that which carries to be increased, but that which increases this to be changed in quality by something else, and for that which causes this to be changed in quality to be moved according to some other motion. But it is necessary to stop, for motions are finite. To say, however, that a reversion again takes place, and that a thing which produces change in quality is carried, is to do the same thing as if any one should immediately say that which carries is carried, and that which teaches is taught. For it is evident that everything which is moved is also moved by a superior mover, and that it is more moved by that which is prior among movers. This, however, is impossible, for it will happen that the teacher will learn, of which two it is necessary that the one should possess, and that the other should not possess, science. Farther still, it will happen, which is still more absurd, that whatever is motive will be movable if everything which is moved by that which is moved, for it will be movable. And this is just as if some one should say that everything which has the power of imparting health is also capable of being made healthy, and that everything which has the power of building may be built, either immediately or through many media. I say, for instance, it is just as if everything which is motive is movable by something else, yet it is not movable with the same motion by which it moves a thing near, but with a different motion, just as if that which has the power of imparting health could learn. This assent, however, will some time or other be terminated in the same form, as we have before observed. One, therefore, of these is impossible, and the other fictitious, for it is absurd that a thing which is capable of producing a change in quality should necessarily be capable of being increased. It is not therefore necessary that a thing which is moved should always be moved by another, which also is itself moved. The procession, therefore, will stop. Hence, that which is first moved will either be moved by that which is at rest, or it will itself move itself. However, though it should be necessary to consider whether that which itself moves itself is the cause and principle of motion, or that which is moved by another, every one should admit the former, for that which is a cause through itself is always prior to that which is a cause through another. Chapter 6. This, therefore, must be considered assuming another beginning. If any thing moves itself, how and after what manner it moves. It is necessary, then, that whatever is moved should be divisible into things perpetually divisible, for this was before demonstrated in the universal discussions concerning nature, viz., that everything which is moved essentially is continued. It is impossible, however, that a thing which moves itself should wholly itself move itself, for the whole would be carried, and would carry according to the same lation, since it is one and an individual in species. It would also be changed in quality, and be the cause of change in quality, so that a man might teach and be at the same time taught, might impart health and be made well, according to the same health. Farther still, it has been shown that a thing which is movable is moved, but this, while it is moved, is in capacity and not in energy, and that which is in capacity proceeds to energy. But motion is the imperfect entelechia of that which is movable, and that which moves is already in energy. Thus, that which is hot heats, and in short, that which possesses form generates, so that the same thing will be at once and according to the same hot and not hot. The like also will take place in everything else, the mover of which necessarily has the synonymous. Hence, of that which moves itself, one thing moves and the other is moved. But that it is not possible that the same thing can so move itself as that each part should be moved by each, is from these arguments evident. For neither will there be any first mover if each part moves each, since that which is prior is more the cause of a thing being moved, and will more move than that which adheres. For to move is twofold, one kind of mover being that which is moved by something else, and another that which is moved by itself. But that which is more remote from the thing moved is nearer to the principle than that which is between. Again, it is not necessary that the mover should be moved except by itself. According to accident, therefore, the other will reciprocally move. I assume, therefore, that it may happen that it does not move. Hence one thing will be that which is moved, and another that which moves being immovable. Farther still, it is not necessary that the mover should be in its turn moved, but either it is necessary that something immovable should move, or that itself should be moved by itself, if it is necessary that motion should always exist. Again, with that motion with which it moves, it will also be moved, so that a thing which heats will be heated. However, neither of that which first moves itself will one part or many parts severally move themselves. For if the whole should be itself moved by itself, it will either be moved by some one of its parts, or the whole will be moved by the whole. If, therefore, it is moved because some one of its parts is moved by itself, this part will be that which first moves itself, for if it were separated, this would itself move itself, but the whole will no longer move itself. But if the whole is moved by the whole, these parts would move themselves accidentally. Hence, if they do not move themselves necessarily, let it be assumed that they are not moved by themselves. Of the whole, therefore, one part will move, being immovable, but the other will be moved, for thus alone is it possible that anything can be self-motive. Again, if a whole line should move itself, one part of it will move, but the other will be moved. The line A, B, therefore, will be moved by itself, and by A. But since one thing moves, being moved by something else, but another being immovable, and since one thing which is moved also moves, but another does not move anything, it is necessary that a thing which itself moves itself should consist from that which is immovable but moves, and besides this, from that which is moved and does not move from necessity, but just as it may happen. For let A be that which moves indeed, but is immovable, and let B be that which is moved by A, and moves C. But this is moved indeed by B, but does not move anything, for though through many media it may some time or other arrive at C, yet let it arrive through one only. The whole, therefore, A, B, C, itself moves itself. But if I should take away C, A, B will indeed move itself, for A is that which moves, and B is that which is moved, but C will not itself move itself, nor in short will it be moved. Nor will the part B, C move itself without A, for B moves because it is moved by something else, and not because it is moved by any part of itself. Hence A, B will alone itself move itself. It is necessary, therefore, that a thing which itself moves itself should have that which moves being immovable, and that which is moved but does not necessarily move anything. These likewise must either both touch each other, or the one must touch the other. Hence, if that which moves is continued, for it is necessary that the thing moved should be continued, it is evident that the whole will itself move itself, not because some part of it is such as to move itself, but the whole will itself move itself, and will at the same time move and be moved, because there is some part of it which moves and is moved. For the whole does not move, neither is the whole moved, but A indeed moves, and B is alone moved. It is, however, dubious if any one takes away from A, if that which moves but is immovable is continued, or from B, which is moved, whether the remaining part of A will move, or of B will be moved. For if this be the case, A, B will not be that which is first moved by itself, since though something is taken away from A, B, nevertheless that which remains of A, B will move itself. Or shall we say that nothing prevents both, or one of them, viz. That which is moved, from being divisible in capacity, but indivisible in energy, and that if it were divisible, it would no longer possess the same power? Hence, nothing prevents a thing from being primarily inherent in capacity in things divisible. From these things, therefore, it is evident that the nature which primarily moves is immovable. For whether that which is moved, and is moved by something, immediately stops at the first immovable, or at that which is itself moved indeed, but moves itself and is permanent, in both ways it will happen that the first mover in all things which are moved is immovable. Chapter 7. Since, however, it is necessary that motion should always be, and not fail, it is necessary that there should be something perpetual which first moves, whether there be one or many such natures, and which first moves, being immovable. That each of those things, therefore, which are immovable indeed, but move, is perpetual, does not pertain to the present inquiry. But that it is necessary there should be something which is itself always immovable indeed, is void of all external mutation, both simply and according to accident, and is motive of another, will be evident to those who thus consider the affair. But let it happen, if some one is disposed to admit it in certain things, that they will sometimes be, and sometimes not, without generation and corruption. For perhaps it is necessary that if anything without parts at one time is, and at another is not, everything of this kind should at one time be, and at another time not be, without mutation, and that of principles which are immovable indeed but motive, it may also be possible that some of them may at one time be, and at another not, but it is not possible that all should be of this kind. For it is evident that there is a certain cause to things which move themselves, of their existing sometimes and sometimes not. For it is necessary that everything which itself moves itself should have magnitude, if nothing without parts is moved. But there is no necessity that the nature which moves should have magnitude, as is evident from what has been said. Hence, no one of those natures which are indeed immovable, but which do not always exist, is the cause why some things are generated and others corrupted, and this continually. Nor yet any one of those which always indeed move these, but are themselves moved by others. For neither each, nor all of these, is the cause of perpetuity and continuity, since for a thing thus to subsist is perpetual, and from necessity, but all these are infinite, and all of them do not subsist at once. It is evident, therefore, that though there should be 10,000 principles which are immovable indeed, but move, and many of those things which move themselves should be corrupted, and others be generated, and this thing, being immovable, should move that, and another thing this, nevertheless there is something which comprehends or contains, and this, besides particulars, which is indeed the cause why some things are, and others are not, and is the cause of continued mutation. And this indeed is the cause of these, but these are the causes of motion to others. If, therefore, motion is perpetual, the first mover also will be perpetual, if it is one, but if there be many first movers, there will be many perpetual movers. But it is necessary to think that there is rather one than many, and finite rather than infinite movers, for the same thing happening, finite things are rather always to be assumed, since in things which subsist naturally it is necessary that the finite, and that which is better, if possible, should rather be inherent. But it is sufficient, though it be one, that the first of things immovable, being perpetual, should be to other things the principle of motion. From this also it is evident that the first mover should be a certain one, and perpetual. For it has been demonstrated that it is necessary motion should always exist. And if it always is, it is also necessary that it should be continued. For that which always is continued, but that which is successive is not continued. If too it is continued, it is one, but the motion is one, which is from one mover, and of one thing which is moved. For if another and another thing moves anything, the whole motion is not continued, but successive. Chapter 8. From these arguments some one may believe that there is a certain first immovable nature, and again, if he looks to the principles of motive natures. That there are some things, therefore, which at one time are moved, and at another are at rest, is evident. And from this it becomes manifest that neither are all things moved, nor all things at rest, nor that some things are always at rest, and others are always moved. For things which verge to both these, and possess a power at one time of being moved, and at another of being at rest, afford a demonstration concerning these. Since, however, things of this kind are manifest to all men, and we also wish to show each nature of the two, viz., that some things indeed are always immovable, but others always moved, and since we have proceeded as far as to this, and have established as principles that everything which is moved by something, and that this is either immovable or moved, and is always moved either by itself or by another, we have at length assumed that the principle of things which are moved is that which itself moves itself, and that the principle of all things is that which is immovable. But we see indeed, and evidently, that there are things of such a nature as to move themselves, as the genus of things animated, and of animals. These also afford an opinion that motion might happen to be generated, when, in short, it was not, because we see this takes place in animated natures. For these, as it seems, when they have been without motion, are again moved. This, then, it is necessary to assume, that these move themselves according to one motion, and according to this not properly. For the cause is not from the animal, but other natural motions are inherent in animals, according to which they are not moved through themselves, such as augmentation, diminution, and respiration, with which every animal is moved when at rest, and is not moved according to the motion which is produced from itself. But the cause of this is that which contains, and many of the things which enter into the animal. Thus, for instance, food is the cause of some motions, for when it is concocted, animals sleep, and when it is distributed, they awake, and move themselves, the first principle of motion being external. Hence they are not always continually moved by themselves, for to each of the natures which move themselves something else is present, which moves, being itself moved and changed. In all these, however, that which first moves, and is the cause of a thing moving itself, is also moved by itself, but according to accident, for the body changes its place, and therefore that which is in the body, and which moves itself by a lever. From hence it may be believed that if there is anything which ranks among things immovable indeed, but which move and are themselves moved according to accident, it is impossible that it can move with a continued motion, so that if it is necessary that there should be continued motion, it is also necessary that there should be some first nature, which moves being immovable, and this not according to accident. If there ought to be, as we have said, in things a certain unceasing and immortal motion, and if being ought to abide in itself and in the same. For the principle remaining, it is also necessary that the universe should remain, since it is in continuity with the principle. It is not, however, the same thing for any being to be moved accidentally by itself and by another. For to be moved by another belongs also to some of the principles in the heavens, viz. To some of those which are moved with many lations, but the other belongs to corruptible natures alone. Chapter 9. If, however, there is anything of such a nature as always to move being immovable, and it is itself perpetual, it is also necessary that the nature which is first moved by this should be perpetual. But this is manifest, indeed, because there would not be generation and corruption and mutation in other things, unless something moved being moved. For that which is immovable will always move with the same and with one motion, after the same manner, because it is not always changed with reference to that which is moved. But that which is moved by the immovable, or by that which is now moved, because it is differently affected with respect to things, will not be the cause of the same motion, but through being in contrary places or forms, will cause each of other things to be moved with contrary motions, and at one time to be at rest, and at another to be moved. From what has been said also, that becomes evident of which we doubted in the beginning, viz. Why all things were not either moved or at rest, or some things were always moved, and others always at rest, and some things were sometimes moved, and sometimes not. For the cause of this is now manifest, because some things indeed are moved by that which is perpetually immovable, and therefore are always changed, but others are moved by that which is moved and changed, and therefore are themselves necessarily changed. But another thing, as we have observed, is immovable, as being that which remaining simply, and after the same manner, and in the same, produces one simple motion. Chapter 10. By making, however, another beginning, these things will be more apparent. For it must be considered whether it is possible that there can be any continued motion or not, and if it is possible, what it is, and what is the first of motions. For it is evident that if it is necessary motion should always exist, and this is the first and continued motion, the first mover will move according to this motion, which is necessarily one and the same, and continued and the first. But since there are three motions, one according to magnitude, another according to passive quality, and another according to place, which we call lation, it is necessary that lation should be the first, since it is impossible there should be increase unless alliation had a prior subsistence. For that which is increased is partly increased by the similar, and partly by the dissimilar, for the contrary is said to be aliment to the contrary, and everything accedes becoming similar to the similar. It is necessary, therefore, that the mutation into contraries should be alliation. If also a thing is changed in quality, it is necessary there should be that which produces the change in quality, and which makes a thing from being hot in capacity, hot in energy. It is evident, therefore, that the thing which moves does not subsist similarly, but at one time is nearer, and at another more remote from that which is changed in quality. But these cannot subsist without lation. If, therefore, it is necessary that motion should always exist, it is also necessary that lation should always be the first of motions. And if of lations one is prior and another posterior, it is necessary that the first motion should be the first lation. Again, the principle of all passions is condensation and rarefaction. For the heavy and the light, the soft and the hard, the hot and the cold, appear to be certain densities and rarities. But condensation and rarefaction are concretion and secretion, according to which generation also and corruption are predicated of essences or substances. It is also necessary that things which grow together, or which are separated, should be changed according to place. The magnitude, likewise, of that which is increased or diminished changes according to place. Further still, hence also, to those who consider the affair, it will be evident that lation is the first motion. For that which is first, as in other things, so likewise in motion, may be predicated multifariously. For that is said to be prior without which other things will not be, but which can itself exist without others. That also is said to be prior which is first in time, and that which is first in essence. Hence, since it is necessary that motion should exist continually, and either that which is continued or that which is successive may exist continually, but rather that which is continued, and it is better to be continued than successive, since likewise we always conceive that what is better exists in nature, if it be possible for it to exist, and it is possible to be continued, which will be afterwards demonstrated, but is now supposed, and it is not possible that this can be anything else than lation. This being the case, it is necessary that lation should be the first motion. For there is no necessity that a thing which is moved according to lation should either be increased or changed in quality, and therefore neither that it should be generated or corrupted. But no one of these could exist unless the continued motion exists which is produced by the first mover. Farther still, lation also is the first motion in time, for perpetual natures can alone be moved with this motion. In each of those things, however, it may be said, which have generation, it is necessary that lation should be the last motion. For after a thing is generated, it is first necessary that there should be change in quality and increase, but lation is the motion of things which are now perfect. In answer to this, it must be observed that it is necessary something else should be prior, which is moved according to lation, and which is also the cause of generation to generated natures, not being generation itself, as that which generates is prior to that which is generated. But generation may seem to be the first of motions, because it is necessary that a thing should first be generated. This indeed takes place in each of the things which are generated, but it is necessary that something else should be moved prior to things which are generated, itself subsisting without being generated. And it is necessary that there should be something else prior to this. But since it is impossible that generation should be first, for if this were the case, everything that is moved would be corruptible, it is evident that no one of the successive motions can be prior. But I call successive motions increase, afterwards change in quality, diminution, and corruption, for all these are posterior to generation. Hence, if generation is not prior to lation, neither will any other mutation. In short, that which is generated appears to be imperfect and to proceed to the principle, so that what is posterior in generation is prior by nature. Lastly, lation is inherent in all things which are generated. Hence some vital natures are entirely immovable through the want of an organ, as plants and many genera of animals, but with others motion is present when they are perfect. If lation, therefore, is more inherent in things which have obtained more of nature, this motion also will be the first of the others according to essence, as well for the above reasons as because that which is moved departs the least from essence of all motions in being borne along. For according to this motion alone, nothing of the being of a thing is changed, as of that which is changed in quality the quality is changed, and of that which is increased and diminished the quantity. But it is especially manifest that the nature which itself moves itself especially moves properly with local motion. But we say that this is the principle of things which are moved and move, and is first to things that are moved, viz. That which itself moves itself. That Lation, therefore, is the first of motions is from these things evident. End of chapter 10 of book 8. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 11 of Book 8 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 11. What, however, the first Lation is must now be shown, and at the same time that which is now and was before supposed, that there may be a certain continued and perpetual motion, will be evident by the same method. That no one, therefore, of the other motions can be continued is from these things manifest. For all motions and mutations are from opposites into opposites. Thus, for instance, the boundaries to generation and corruption are being and non-being, but the boundaries to change in quality are the contrary passive qualities, and to increase and diminution either magnitude or parvitude, and the perfection and imperfection of magnitude are the boundaries, but contrary motions are those which are into contraries, and that which is not always moved with this motion, but had a prior existence, must necessarily prior to this have been at rest. It is evident, therefore, that the thing which is changed will be at rest in the contrary. The like also takes place in mutations, for corruption and generation, simply assumed, are opposed to that which is simply assumed, and each particular to each. Hence, if it is impossible to be at the same time changed according to contrary mutations, mutation will not be continued, but there will be time between them. For it is of no consequence whether the mutations according to contradiction are contrary or not contrary, if only it is impossible that they can at the same time be present to the same thing. For this is not at all useful to the argument. Nor, if it is not necessary to be at rest in contradiction, neither is mutation contrary to rest. For non-being perhaps is not at rest, but corruption is a motion to non-being, but only if time subsists between. For thus the mutation is not continued. For neither is contrariety useful in things which are prior, but the not being able to exist together at the same time. But it is not proper to be disturbed, because the same thing will be contrary to many, as for instance motion to permanency, and to the motion which is to a contrary. For this alone ought to be assumed, that a contrary motion is, in a certain respect, opposed both to motion and rest, just as the equal and the moderate are opposed to that which surpasses, and to that which is surpassed, and that neither opposite motions nor mutations can subsist together at the same time. Again, in generation and corruption, it may seem to be perfectly absurd, if it is necessary that what is generated should immediately be corrupted, and remain for no time. Hence, from these things, credibility may be obtained in other mutations, for it is natural that the thing should similarly take place in all of them. Chapter 12. But that there may be a certain infinite motion, one and continued, and that this is a circular motion, we shall now assert. For everything which is locally moved is either moved in a circle, or in a right line, or in that which is mixed from both these. Hence, if neither of these motions is continued, neither can that be continued which is composed from both of them. But that a thing which is locally moved in a finite right line cannot be moved continually is manifest. For to do this it must return. But that which returns in a right line is moved with contrary motions. For the motion upward is contrary to the motion downward, according to place, the motion to the anterior to that which is to the posterior part, and the motion to the right hand to that which is to the left. For these are the contrarieties of place. But what the motion is which is one and continued has been before defined, viz., that it is of one thing, and in one time, and in that which has no difference according to form. For there are three things, viz., that which is moved, as man or God; when, as time; and the third thing, that in which the motion is produced, and this is place, or passive quality, or form, or magnitude. But contraries differ in species, and are not one, and the differences of place are those which have been enumerated. But this is an indication that the motion from A to B is contrary to the motion from B to A, that they stop and cause each other to cease, if they are produced at the same time. The like also takes place in a circle. For instance, the motion from A to B is contrary to the motion from A to C. For they will stop each other, though they are continued, and there will not be a regression, because contraries corrupt and impede each other. Motion, however, to that which is oblique is not contrary to that which is to the upward place. But it is especially evident that it is impossible for the motion in a right line to be continued, because that which returns must necessarily stop, not only if it is moved in a right line, but also if it is moved upon a circle. For it is not the same thing to be moved in a circle and upon a circle, since that which is moved at one time continues its motion, and at another, when it has arrived at the same thing from which it began to be moved, again returns. But that it is necessary it should stop is not only rendered credible by sense, but also by reason. But the principle is this: for since there are three things, the beginning, middle, and end, the middle compared with each of these is both, and in number indeed it is one, but in definition two. Besides, it is one thing to be in capacity, and another to be in energy. Hence any point whatever of a right line which is between the extremes is in capacity indeed the middle, but is not in energy, unless it divides the line, and having stood still, again begins to be moved. But thus that which was the middle becomes the beginning and end, the beginning indeed of the posterior, but the end of the prior motion. I say, for instance, if A, which is locally moved, should stand still at B, and again should be moved to C. But since it is continually moved, the point A can neither have approached to the point B, nor have receded from it, but can only be in the now, and not in any time except in that whole time of which that moment or now is the division. If any one, however, asserts that it has approached and receded, A, which is locally moved, will always stand still. For it is impossible for A to have at the same time approached to B and receded from it. It will therefore be in another and another point of time. Hence that will be time which is in the middle, so that A will rest in B, and in a similar manner it will also rest in the other points, for the same reasoning applies to all of them. But since that which is locally moved, viz. A, uses B as the middle, end and beginning, it is necessary that it should stop, because it makes two things, just as if it should be mentally conceived. But it recedes from the point A, i.e. from the beginning, but accedes to C, when it has finished its motion and stood still. Hence this must be said in answer to the doubt, for it has this doubt. For if the line A is equal to the line F, and A is continually moved from the extremity to C, but at the same time A is in the point B, and D is moved from the extreme line F to G equably, and with the same celerity with which A is moved, certainly D will arrive at G before A will have arrived at C. For that which was first impelled, and which first departed, must necessarily have arrived the first. A, therefore, did not at the same time accede to B, and recede from it, and hence it arrived later at the end. For if it had receded at the same time, it would not have arrived later, but it is necessary that it should have stood still. It must not therefore be admitted that when A approaches to B, D is at the same time moved from the extreme F. For if A approaches to B, it will also recede, and not at the same time. But it was in a section of time, and not in time. Here, therefore, it is impossible thus to speak, viz. In that which is continued. But in that which returns it is necessary thus to speak. For if G were moved to D, and again, having receded, was carried downward, certainly it has in this case used D as the beginning and end, viz. One point as two. Hence it is necessary that it should have stood still, and not at the same time have approached to D and receded from D, for at once it would be there, and would not be in the same now. The solution, however, formerly given, is not to be adduced here, for it cannot be said that G is in D in a section of time, and that it has neither approached nor receded, for it is necessary that it should arrive at an end which is in energy, and not in capacity. The point, therefore, which is in the middle is in capacity, but this is in energy, and it is indeed the end downward, but the beginning from above. After the same manner, therefore, there is an end and beginning of motions. Hence it is necessary that that which returns upon a right line should stand still, and therefore it is not possible that there can be a continued perpetual motion upon a right line. After the same manner a reply must be made to those who ask the question of Zeno, and who demand whether it is always necessary to pass through the half, for these say they are infinite, and it is impossible to pass through infinites. Or, as some in a different manner make the same inquiry, who require it to be granted them, that together with the half being first moved through, every half also may be numbered as it is generated. Hence, when the movable thing has passed through the whole line, it will happen that an infinite number will be numerated. But this is confessedly impossible. In the first discussions, therefore, concerning motion, we solved this argument through time containing in itself infinites, for there is nothing absurd in admitting that something may pass through infinites in an infinite time. But the infinite is inherent in length and in time in a similar manner. This solution, indeed, is sufficient in answer to the interrogator, for it was asked whether infinites could be passed through or numerated in a finite time. But this solution is not sufficient so far as pertains to the thing and to truth. For if any one dismissing length and the interrogation whether infinites can be passed through in a finite time makes these enquiries about time itself, for time has infinite divisions, this solution will be no longer sufficient. But the truth which we mentioned a little before must be asserted. For if any one divides a continued line into two halves, he uses one point as if it were two, since he makes it both a beginning and end. He also does this who numerates and who divides into halves. But thus dividing neither a line nor motion will be continued, for continued motion is of that which is continued. And in the continued there are infinite halves, yet not in energy, but in capacity. But if the motion should make them in energy, it will not be continued, but will stand still, which evidently happens to him who numbers the halves. For it is necessary that he should numerate one point as if it were two, for it will be the beginning of one half, and the end of the other, if he does not numerate one continued line, but two halves. Hence, to him who asks whether infinites can be passed through, either in time or in length, we must reply that this is partly possible and partly not. For it is not possible for infinites in energy to be passed through, but it is possible for infinites in capacity. For he who is continually moved passes through infinites accidentally, but simply does not, for it happens to a line that there are infinite halves, but the essence and being are different. It is also evident that unless the point of time by which prior and posterior are divided is always attributed to the posterior, the thing itself being considered, the same thing will be at the same time being and non-being, and when it will be in generation, or becoming to be, will not be in generation. The point, therefore, is common to both the prior and posterior, and is one and the same in number, but is not the same in definition. For it is the beginning of the one, and the end of the other. But so far as pertains to the thing, it is always of the posterior passive quality. For let the time be A, B, C, the thing D. This in the time A is white, but in the time B is not white. Hence in C it is white and not white. For in any point of A it would be true to say it is white, if it was white in all this time, and in B not white. But C is in both. It must not therefore be granted that it was white in the whole time, but the last now or moment C must be accepted, and this is now posterior. And if it should become not white, and the white should be corrupted in the whole of A, it is generated or is corrupted in C. Hence it is true to say that it is first white, or not white in that, or when it is generated it will not be, and when it is corrupted it will be, or it is necessary that it should be at the same time white and not white, being and non-being. But if it is necessary that a thing which before was non-being should become being, and when it is becoming to be it is not, if this be the case, time cannot be divided into indivisible times. For if D was becoming to be white in the time A, and at the same time is made white, and is in another indivisible adhering time, i.e. in B, if it was becoming to be in A, but is in B, it is necessary that there should be a certain intermediate generation, so that there was time in which it was generated. For the same reasoning will not apply to those who say there are not indivisible times. But in the last point of the time in which it was becoming to be, it was generated and is, to which point nothing adheres, nor is successive. But if there are indivisible times, they will be successive. It is evident, therefore, that if it was generated in the whole time A, there is not a greater time in which it was becoming to be, and was generated, than that in the whole of which it was alone generated. These, therefore, and such as these, are the arguments which some one may believe in as appropriate. But to those who consider the affair logically, from these arguments also it may appear that this very same thing may happen. For everything which is continually moved, if it is not impeded by anything, was first moved to that to which it arrives by lation. Thus, if it arrives at B, it was also moved to B, and not then only when it was near, but immediately as soon as it began to be moved. For why now rather than before? The like also takes place in other things, but that which is moved from A to C will again come to A, when it is moved continually. When therefore it was moved from A to C, it was then also moved with the motion from C. Hence it is at the same time moved with contrary motions, for the motions are contrary which are upon a right line. At the same time also it changes from this in which it is not. If, therefore, this is impossible, it is necessary that it should stand still in C, and hence there is not one motion, for the motion which is intercepted by standing still is not one. Farther still, from these things also it is more universally evident concerning all motion. For if everything which is moved with some one of the above-mentioned motions, it will also rest with some one of opposite rests, for there is not any other besides these. But that which is not always moved with this motion, I mean motions which are different in species, and not, if anything, is a part of the whole, it is necessary first to rest with an opposite rest, for rest is the privation of motion. If, therefore, the motions are contrary which are made through a right line, and it is not possible for anything to be moved at the same time with contrary motions, that which is moved from A to C cannot at the same time also be moved from C to A. Since, however, it is not at the same time moved, but is moved with this motion, it is necessary that it should have rested before in C, for this is the rest opposite to the motion from C. From what has been said, therefore, it is evident that the motion is not continued. Besides, this reasoning is more appropriate than what has been before said, for that which is not white is at the same time corrupted and becomes white. If, therefore, the alliation into white and from white is continued, and does not remain for any time, that which is not white will at the same time be corrupted, and become white, and become not white, for there will be the same time of three things. Again, it does not follow that if time is continued, motion also is continued, but it is successive. But how can the same thing be the extreme of contraries, as of whiteness and blackness? The motion, however, which is made upon a periphery is one and continued, for nothing impossible happens. For that which is moved from A is at the same time moved to A, according to the same impetus, for to that to which it comes, to this also it is moved. It is not, however, moved at the same time with contrary or opposite motions, for not every motion which is from this is contrary to that which is to this, or opposite, but that motion is contrary which is made upon a right line. For to this there are contraries according to place, for instance, the motion through a diameter, since this is very much distant. But that motion is opposite which is made through the same length. Hence nothing prevents that which is moved in a periphery from being continually moved, and not failing at any time. For the motion in a circle is from the same to the same, but the motion through a right line is from the same to another. The motion in a circle also is never in the same things, but that in a right line is frequently in the same. Hence that which always becomes in another and another may be moved continually, but that which is frequently in the same thing may not, for it is necessary to be at the same time moved with opposite motions. Neither, therefore, in a semicircle, nor in any other periphery is it possible to be moved continually, for it is necessary frequently to be moved through the same things, and to be changed with contrary mutations. For it does not conjoin the end with the beginning, but the motion of a circle conjoins these, and is alone perfect. It is also evident from this division that neither can any other motions be continued. For in all of them it happens to be often moved through the same things; as, for instance, in alliation, through intervening media; in the motion of quantity, through middle magnitudes; and in a similar manner in generation and corruption. For it is of no consequence whether those things are made few or many in which the mutation takes place, nor whether anything intermediate is added or taken away. For it happens in both ways frequently to be moved through the same things. From hence, therefore, it is evident that neither do those physiologists speak well who say that all sensible natures are always moved. For it is necessary that some of these motions should be moved, and according to these, alliation especially takes place. For they say that all things flow and are diminished, and besides this, they call generation and corruption alliation. But the arguments now employed universally show of all motion that it is not possible to be continually moved with any motion except that which is circular, so that it is not possible to be continually moved either according to alliation or according to increase. Thus much, therefore, has been said by us to prove that there is neither any infinite mutation, nor any continued motion, except that which is in a circle. Chapter 13. But that circulation is the first of lations is evident. For every lation, as we have before observed, is either in a circle, or in a right line, or mixed from both these. It is necessary, however, that those should be prior to these, and the motion in a circle is prior to that which is in a right line. For it is simple and more perfect. For it is not possible for anything to be moved through an infinite right line, since that which is thus infinite does not exist. Nor, if it did, could anything be moved through it, since that which is impossible cannot take place. But to pass through the infinite is impossible, and the motion which is made upon a right line, if it returns, is a composite, and becomes two motions; but if it does not return, is imperfect and corruptible. The perfect, however, is prior by nature, by reason, and by time to the imperfect, and the incorruptible to the corruptible. Farther still, the lation which may be perpetual is prior to that which cannot. Circulation, therefore, may be perpetual, but of other motions neither lation nor any other can be perpetual, for in these there must necessarily be standing still; but if there is standing still, the motion is corrupted. Chapter 14. But it happens reasonably that the motion in a circle is one and continued, and not that which is in a right line. For of the motion which is in a right line, the beginning, middle, and end are bounded, and it contains all these in itself, so that there is whence that which is moved began, and where it will end. For everything rests in boundaries, either from whence or whither it is moved; but these in a circular motion are indefinite. For why is any one of those things which are in a circular motion the boundary rather than the rest? Since each is similarly beginning, middle, and end, so that some things are always and never in the beginning and end. Hence a sphere, in a certain respect, is moved, and is at rest, for it occupies the same place. But the reason of this is, that all these things happen to the centre. For it is the beginning, middle, and end of magnitude. Hence, since this is external to the circumference, there is not any place where that which is moved can rest, as if it had finished its motion, for it is always carried about the middle, and not to the extremity. On this account the whole, in a certain respect, always remains and rests, and yet is continually moved. But this happens reciprocally; for because circulation is the measure of motions, it is necessary that it should be the first motion. For all things are measured by that which is first, and because it is first, it is the measure of others. Farther still, the motion alone in a circle can be equable. For things which are moved in a right line are moved anomalously from the beginning and to the end. For all things, by how much the farther they are distant from that which is at rest, are moved by so much the swifter. But in a circular motion alone, neither the beginning nor the end are naturally adapted to be in it, but are external. Indeed, that lation according to place is the first of motions is testified by all those who have made mention of motion. For they attribute the principles of it to those things which produce this motion. For separation and concretion are motions according to place. Thus, too, friendship and strife move, for the latter of these separates, and the former congregates. And Anaxagoras says that intellect, which is the first mover, separates. And they also think similarly, who say that there is no such cause as this, but that things are moved through a vacuum. For these also assert that nature is locally moved, since motion through a vacuum is lation, and is as it were in place. But they fancy that no other motion is in first natures, but in those things which are composed from these. For they say that composite natures are increased, diminished, and changed in quality in consequence of atomic bodies being congregated and separated. Those also think after the same manner who produce generation and corruption through density or rarity, for they orderly dispose these by concretion and separation. To these also those may be added who make soul the cause of motion. For they say that which itself moves itself is the principle of things which are moved, but animal and everything animated moves itself with local motion. We also say that a thing which is locally moved is alone properly moved. But if it rests indeed in the same place, but is increased or diminished or changed in quality, we say that it is in a certain respect moved, but is not simply moved. That motion therefore always was and will be through the whole of time, what the principle also is of perpetual motion, and farther still, what the first motion is, and what motion can alone be perpetual, and that the first mover is immovable, has been said. Chapter 15. Now, however, we shall assert that the first mover is necessarily without parts, and has no magnitude, those things being first defined which are prior to this assertion. But of these, one is that it is not possible for anything finite to move in an infinite time. For there are three things: that which is moved, that which moves, and the third, that in which it is moved, viz. Time. But these are either all of them infinite, or all finite, or some are, for instance, two or one. But let A be that which moves, B that which is moved, and infinite time C. Let D, therefore, move some part of B, and let this part be E. It will not therefore move in a time equal to C, for it moves more in a greater time, so that F is not an infinite time. Thus then, by adding to D, I shall consume A, and by adding to E, I shall consume B. But I shall not consume the time by always taking away the equal, because it is infinite. Hence, the whole force A will move the whole magnitude B in a finite time, which is a part of C. It is not therefore possible that anything can be moved by that which is finite with an infinite motion. Hence it is evident that it is impossible for that which is finite to move in an infinite time, and in short, that it is not possible there can be an infinite power in a finite magnitude, is from these things manifest. For let there be always a greater power which makes the equal in a less time, as for instance a power heating, or sweetening, or throwing, and in short, moving. It is necessary, therefore, that from that which is finite indeed, but possesses an infinite power, that which is passive should suffer, and more than from another. For infinite power is greater. Besides, there cannot be any time, for if there is a time A in which an infinite force heats or impels, let the time be A, B, in which some finite force does this. By always adding a greater finite force to this, I shall at length arrive at that which moves in the time A. For by always adding to that which is finite, I shall surpass every finite, and by taking away, I shall in a similar manner diminish. A finite, therefore, will move in an equal time with an infinite magnitude, but this is impossible. Hence nothing finite can possess an infinite power. Neither, therefore, can there be a finite power in that which is infinite, though there may be a greater power in a less magnitude. Let A, B, therefore, be infinite. Hence B, C, has a certain power which in a certain time will move D, viz., in the time E, F. If, therefore, I take the double of B, C, it will move in half the time E, F. For let there be this proportion. Hence it will move in the time F, H. Thus, therefore, always assuming I shall never pass through A, B, but I shall always assume a time less than the given time. The power, therefore, will be infinite, for it surpasses every finite power. But of every finite power it is necessary that the time also should be finite. For if it moves in a certain time, which is so much, a greater power will move in a less, but yet in a definite time, according to conversion of proportion. But every power is infinite, as well as every multitude and magnitude which surpasses every finite power. This also may be demonstrated as follows. Let us assume in a finite magnitude a certain power, the same in genus with that which is in an infinite magnitude, and which measures the power placed in the infinite magnitude. That there cannot therefore be an infinite power in a finite magnitude, nor a finite power in an infinite magnitude, is from these things manifest. Concerning, however, things which are locally moved, it will be well, in the first place, to propose a certain doubt. For if everything which is moved by something, with respect to such things as do not move themselves, how are some of these in a certain respect moved continually? That which moves not touching. As, for instance, things which are thrown. But if he who moves at the same time moves something else, as the air which moves being moved, it is similarly impossible to be moved when the first neither touches nor moves. But all must be at the same time moved, and cease to be moved when the first mover ceases, though he should act like a stone, viz., should move that which moves. It is necessary, however, to assert this, that the first mover causes either such air, or water, or something else of this kind to move, which is naturally adapted to move, and be moved. Yet it does not at the same time cease to move and be moved, but it ceases to be moved when the mover ceases to move. Still, however, it moves, and therefore it moves something else which adheres, and of this there is the same reason. But it ceases when a less power of moving is impressed in that which adheres, and it finally ceases when that which is prior no longer causes it to move, but alone to be moved. It is, however, necessary that these should at the same time cease, viz., that which moves, that which is moved, and the whole motion. This motion, therefore, is ingenerated in those things which may at one time be moved, and at another be at rest, and is not continued, but appears to be so. For it is either of those things which are successive, or of those things which touch each other, since that which moves is not one thing, but many things adhering to each other. Hence a motion of this kind is produced in air and in water, which some assert to be an antiperistasis. But it is impossible to solve in any other way the subjects of doubt than in that which we have mentioned. But an antiperistasis makes all things to move, and be at the same time moved, and consequently likewise to rest. Now, however, one certain thing appears to be continually moved. By what, therefore? For it is not moved by itself. But since among beings it is necessary there should always be a continued motion, and this is one, and it is necessary that there should be one motion of a certain magnitude, for that which is without magnitude is not moved, and of one thing, and by one thing, for otherwise it will not be continued, but the one will adhere to the other and be divided. Hence that which moves, if it is one, either moves, being moved or being immovable. And if indeed it is moved, it will necessarily follow that it will be changed, and will be at the same time moved by something. Hence the progression will stop, and we shall arrive at that which is moved by the immovable. For it is not necessary that this should be at the same time changed, but it will always be able to move something, since that which thus moves is without labour, and this motion is equable, either alone or in the most eminent degree, for the mover has not any mutation whatever. It is likewise necessary that neither should that which is moved by the immovable have any mutation in order that the motion may be similar. But it is necessary that the first mover should either be in the middle or in a circle, for these are principles. Those things also are moved most swiftly which are most near to the mover, and such is the motion of the universe. Hence that which moves is there. It is, however, dubious whether anything which is moved can move continually, but not as that which impels again and again in consequence of being continually successive. For it is requisite either that it should impel, or draw, or do both, or receive something different, viz., one thing from another, as was before observed of things which are thrown. But if being divisible, air or water moves, yet they move as being always moved, and in both ways, it is not possible that the motion can be one, but adhering. Hence that motion alone is continued which is produced by the immovable, for always subsisting similarly, it will also continually subsist similarly with respect to that which is moved. These things, therefore, being determined, it is evident that it is impossible for that which first moves and is immovable to have any magnitude. For if it possessed magnitude, it is necessary that it should either be finite or infinite. But that it is impossible there should be an infinite magnitude has been before demonstrated in the Physics. And that a finite magnitude cannot have an infinite power, and that it is impossible for anything to be moved in an infinite time by that which is finite, has been just now demonstrated. But the first mover produces a perpetual motion, and in an infinite time. It is evident, therefore, that it is indivisible, without parts, and has no magnitude. End of Book 8, and end of Physics, by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Read by Geoffrey Edwards. Proof listened by Caillot. Metacoordinated by Caroline Kaiser. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards.